I see you, Jason. Let's see. Let me check off.
All right.
Yeah,
Assalamu alaikum. All right. I see everybody's here. That's
Walaikum
all,
assalam.
all
Alaikum
praise due to
assalam.
Allah. Good to see everyone this afternoon.
Assalamualaikum.
Mosque's first Sunday. Wa alaikum assalam. And we're going to get started. I knew it was something I meant to do. Give me 1 second.
Aziz, are you on?
I got one of my guilty pleasures. I like to watch. Discovery Channel has How It's Made. You'd be surprised. It's mind-boggling. I wish we were more industrious as a people, but they show you every detail of how to make things. So I had it on, and since we're on this live program, and also we're going to be live on Zoom, and I mean we're live on Zoom, and we'll be live on YouTube, and we don't want anything in the background that's going to make trouble. Yeah. Okay. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alameen. I bear witness that there's no God but Allah, and that Muhammad is the seal of the prophets and his servant. I'm Imam Wadathuddin Muhammad, or Wallace D. Muhammad. A lot of people familiar. All praise due to Allah, and we are ready to begin. This is the May 1st Sunday. I believe is the first Sunday following our Savior's Day program. Did we have that last month? Um, no, that was month before, I believe. I'm not sure. But yeah, we had both of them kind of close together, two big programs, which were a huge success. And I want to just repeat that you all did an excellent job. We did an excellent job at conducting those programs as usual, and they were. I'm sure the community and all of us that participated are well pleased. Okay, so we're going to get started. I see Imam Dr. Mikhail Ramadan, first part of our program. Today we have a special guest. He's special to all of us, dear to our heart. He's going to be the keynote speaker after my portion and comments after the business and technology. And then we're going to have Imam Alfred Muhammad as our speaker, inshallah. And today, Imam Elam is still in Michigan with his family. I believe the funeral services are either being conducted or they'll be conducted soon, inshallah, for his sister. And we want to pray and ask that God forgives her shortcomings and grants her the Jannah, or the heaven, her station in heaven for the forever life, because we all know this life is temporary and we're all on God's clock. Alhamdulillah. Imam Dr. Ramadan, I'm going to turn it over to you at this time and we can begin our program. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Brother Imam. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wahdahu la sharika lahu. Ashhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu rasuluh sallallahu alayhi wasallam. We like to begin first by always thanking Almighty God Allah for this additional day of life, and as Imam Muhammad has said, we appreciate the opportunity to do better than we've done before, inshallah. And we also like to thank Imam Mu'adh Muhammad II for this opportunity for the Muslim Health Consortium to come on to this First Sunday program and to share what we have researched and studied and pray Allah that is for the benefit of all of us, ourselves included. So with that, we'd like to announce that we have also a special guest on our program today, one that you're familiar with. His name is Dr. Michael McGee, and he's been on the program before, and he is an emergency physician and public health physician and an administrator and director of a group that he started. It's called POP, Against Youth Violence, and it does many things. It works against youth violence, and it's a career ladder, and it directs people into public health and guides youth into public health, and also trains in emergency procedures that they might use if they come across a violent situation and one that may save a life. So I won't get much into it. We look forward to his presentation. And so with that, we'd like to bring you on. Michael, Dr. McHale. Oh, one other thing that I'm very proud of, he's my son-in-law also. Yes, indeed. So Mike, are you there? Dr. McGee,
Yes, sir. I am here.
you come right on.
I'm trying to get rid of this background because it's not working well. Let's see if I can get rid of this. Is that better?
That's it.
Okay. All right. Assalamu alaikum, everyone.
Walaikum assalam.
Thank you guys for this opportunity. I've been here with you guys before, and I'll just start with that. I think the last time when I was here, I was not at University of Chicago. I was blessed to get a job at University of Chicago in Crown Point, Indiana. They opened up a micro hospital, and I'm the medical director there, as well as the president of the medical staff. That's my job, and I tell everybody my passion is youth and violence prevention. In addition to being the founder of POP, which I'll get into, I'm also the national chair for NMA. These are all the Black and brown doctors all over the country, and they created a violence prevention council that I'm the chair of. And we're doing some amazing things that I'll get into as we go through this presentation. I'm also the national chair for ACEP. ACEP is American College of Emergency Physicians, over 40,000 ER docs that include Dr. Ramadan as well. And they created a violence prevention council. These large groups have recognized that violence is a huge epidemic, and we have to do something about it. So we're all in a space that we had not been used to prior to several years ago, but it's a well-needed space to be in. So I do have a little presentation that I'm going to show you guys real quick, just to give you guys more background on POP and what we do. Hope you guys can see the screen.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. So again, this is me. This is what I do. Just a little bit. This is our micro hospital in Crown Point, Indiana, which is 10 minutes from my house. It was a blessing to even get that job. And we're doing quite well in our ER. About 90% of our patients give us a 10 out of 10 for the amount of care for the excellent care that we give. It's actually pretty challenging. It's only one doctor in the ER. We don't have a lot of specialists. And in Northwest Indiana, everyone is bypassing the hospital where they've had 10 years of care to come to us to solve their problems. So it can be very challenging at times. These patients don't have any faith in some of the hospitals around us, including my old hospital, Methodist. But Franciscan has had his share of problems in Crown Point. You guys kind of probably heard about the OBGYN patient who got turned away and had her baby in the car. So all those things that you do in healthcare shows the disparities that Black people face, and why we have to find places that look people doctors that look like us and places that have doctors that look like us. So that's very important. So POP means Project Outreach Prevention. It's a 501c3. Our main mission is to prevent and alleviate youth violence, but also inspire healthy lifestyles and positive behaviors, but at the same time, encouraging accessible career opportunities. And so it's very important for us to be out there at the table with the youth. One of the things that has happened is Lake County became certified for Obama's My Brother's Keeper. And POP is over the sixth pillar, which is basically preventing youth violence. And so we align quite well with the sixth pillar. And one of our big things that we do is we transform high-risk youth through early intervention and accountability and opportunity. We'll talk about that briefly, but it's a program that's working quite well. So in general, our main goals of POP are four things. We have four pillars. One is violence awareness, and we talk to youth and adults about violence prevention. We show them the statistics. With my background in public health, specifically epidemiology and biostats, I love the numbers, and the numbers that show the impact of where we are in terms of gun violence and how prevalent it is, and how the high incidence of violence affect youth, mainly Black and brown. And so I go out and I talk to the youth to let them know, hey, you're implicit in this, and you guys have to find a way to make a difference. And a lot of the youth want to make a difference. And so we involve youth, parents, and whomever wants to be involved with us. The other second pillar is we looked at best practices for trying to determine how do you easily show youth how to be leaders to prevent violence in their communities and their schools. And trust me, I've been around a lot of students, and a lot of them want to find a way to make a difference. So I looked up several different practices, and the best practice out there was a program called SAFE, Students Against Violence Everywhere. It was started by Sandy Hook Promise, which you guys are already aware is that tragedy in Connecticut about 20 years ago, where all those kids got shot at the school. And so they started a program called SAFE, Students Against Violence Everywhere, and youth are now becoming the leaders to prevent these things. And so we started out starting SAFE Promise clubs in Northwest Indiana as well as Chicago. And keep in mind, a student can already have their own program. This is just something that's free and online and peer-to-peer. So it enhances what's already being done. It doesn't replace anything. So if you guys in your organization have already youth violence prevention programs or whatever programs you have, you keep those and then just become a SAFE Promise Club and learn the principles of SAFE. And I'll get into some of those things. Health enrichment. It was important for me growing up in Gary, Indiana, to a single parent mom who had me at age 18, who eventually became a nurse, to also show youth how to get into the medical field, how to become a physician, how to become a nurse, how to become a dentist. And so we have several programs that we do with diverse youth, 9th through 12th, to teach them how to get to that level. NPs and PAs are always are some of the other careers we try to get them. The last pillar was probably the most difficult. It involves intervention and healing, and it also involves money and resources, which we didn't have. About 4 years ago, we were blessed. I had a grant writer. We wrote a grant, and the grant was for $3 million over 3 years. And we did some outstanding work that I'll get into in a little while. But that last year of funding, which was $1 million, was stopped last year by this new presidential administration. And so the good work has been lost, but we've been piecing things together to kind of continue doing some of the things we're doing. That program is called Project SLAY, Saving Lives and Empowering Youth. And so in general, I'm gonna go through each pillar to give you a better idea. So this is what we do every year. National Youth Violence Prevention Week is a week where we try to celebrate and elevate our youth. And so I think we've probably, it says third, this is since COVID, but we did 2 or 3 of them, maybe 3 or 4 of them before that time, where we would take kids to the Hammond Civic Center and bust them all in. Now we decided we're gonna go school to school because it was more difficult to get kids there, to manage all those kids in one setting. We had about 5,000 kids at the Hammond Civic Center and did not have one bad incident. but times have changed. So we now go to school and do some things. And so April 24th was a day we were at Maryville and Westside, but that Thursday we were at Theo Bowman, which is a charter school in Gary, as well as Hammond Morton. And over that time period, we saw a lot of kids, probably about 4,500 of them. And so we got every kid who had a Save Promise Club to come, as well as some of their colleagues to come, and we reinforced what they had already learned. And we had a huge program set up for them. And so this is just showing you the actual flyer that each school got. Some of you guys may not know this young man. He's 19, grew up on the south side of Chicago. He's created a dance called the scuba dance that everybody is doing, even first and second graders. And so I can tell you, when we went to when this guy came out, I almost felt like it was Michael Jackson. These kids were going crazy, screaming, yelling, trying to touch the guy. I'm like, dude, he made one dance, but that's the day and age we're living in now. He's a social media celebrity, basically. So we use these things, entertainment, having 2 DJs, excitement to get them there, to get them fired up. And then we had, a young lady talk about domestic abuse. We talked about the dangers of having a gun. We talked about the dangers of bullying and starting a fight, and young men not being being disrespectful to young women, and young women letting young men disrespect them. So we went over a whole plethora of things. And as you can see, it was a short time period. Everybody had their time limit. We brought out our chief of police, who talked about what happens if you find a gun, what you should do to not look at it, to not point it, and to tell somebody. So these are some of the things that we really enforce. And we had each school have their SAVE chapter come out and talk about what they've been doing to get more kids interested in SAVE. And so this is a program that works. And also, one of the things that we learned from SAVE is to incentivize our youth. So at 4 schools in Gary, Westside High School, as well as their junior high, 2 of them in an elementary school, as well as a charter school, we offered them a challenge. And that challenge was, okay, so you have 2 weeks to go before this tour. We want you guys to be on your best behavior. And we're going to give an incentive for a contest to see who can have the least number of bullying incidents and behavioral infractions between the classes. And so we challenge the different grades to compete against each other. So for instance, Westside High School, 9th, 10th, 11th graders and 12th graders compete to see who's going to have the least number of incidents. And whichever team wins is now going to win $1,000 from POP. Same thing for the junior high schools. We gave them each $500 to do the same thing between, 7th and 8th grade, who's going to have to show the most unity in terms of preventing violence, but also who's going to have the least number of incidents that can be reported to us. And so we've done that, and the kids all did amazing, and we're going to be giving them their checks next week that will go towards the SAVE event for them to do stuff in the future. So this is what we're saying is innovative. It's almost tricking the youth into doing better. And this is our article. This article made the front page of our Northwest Indiana Times, just showing some of my mentees who are in medical school at IU and some EMS students, teaching everyone there how to stop the bleed. We did it in like 10 minutes. And this is me talking to some of the youth at Westside. And the story also centers around a 17-year-old young man who died the night before. And Gary has been doing great in terms of their murder rate. We've only had like maybe 2 or 3 murders this year, which if you look at last year is significant. And this was the first teenager who was killed, 17 years old, who went to this school. So it was a sad period. And so this is just one of the slides that I show the youth in terms of how back in the 1700s we were brought over here by the white man, placed in boats and brought here, and was kidnapped and brought here to make America what it is. And then this is in the 20s where we were being hung for different things. And then this is us today where we now have us killing us. We have the number 1 reasons for why Black men aged 10 to 34 are dying is being shot by another Black man. And the second reason for why Hispanic men, same age, dies is being shot by another Hispanic man. So at this point, we don't have to have, policemen shooting us or white people hanging us. because we're doing it to ourselves. So if anything, that's a wake-up call to these youth. And again, this is that statistic that I just quoted, and this is our pop social media type stuff that we give out to get their attention. And this right here is the travesty of it all. We wonder why we don't have young Black men going to law school or medical school, where now in medical school is only 2.3% of us. And in all these big major professions, we don't have enough Black men. It's because Black men make up 6 or 7% of the population, but account for over 52% of all homicide victims. And this is the slide that gets me the most, because we only make up a small percentage of the overall population, but yet we account for 50% of all gun deaths. If that doesn't make our youth stand up and pay attention, I don't know what will. And this is showing you what a youth can do to avoid the madness and go down that pathway. If they're connected to non-parent adults who mentor them, if they have parents in their lives who are doing the right things, if they're getting good grades, if they're getting access to healthcare, they have safe neighborhoods, they have friends who care, and they have a school that's safe, then they can transcend all the madness. But then overall resilience, meaning kids whose brothers are gangsters and carrying guns can choose to not take that path. But we have to instill those values in these youth. And that's kind of like what we do on a daily basis. Our target populations are all kids in high school, junior high school. And we don't forget about the kids who are on probation, who made mistakes, who have been to juvenile detention, who are on the trajectory to go to jail or get killed. And we have a bunch of partners. We have all these different entities that we partner with, but especially the police, all the youth councils and programs, truancy programs. We partner with the adolescent psychiatry and alternative programs. And this is just showing you right here our second pillar. And our second pillar, as I said before, is what could I give you to give them the tools to become better at preventing violence? Because in the rooms that I'm in, all the kids want to do something to prevent the dumbness that they see out here. And so this program is online, it's free, it's led by peer-to-peer. And this is just a quick snapshot of what they do. It's led by students, it's for students. They learn to take ownership and provides a blueprint. It encourages conflict resolution and social-emotional learning, which are buzzwords we hear in schools. It lets youth know the effects and consequences of violence. It allows them to plan activities for each other, as well as for their parents and the community. It engages them to not get involved with negative behaviors like drugs, alcohol, vaping, cannabis, promiscuity, and all the things that affect youth adversely. And it empowers them with knowledge and skills to prevent violence. And as I said before, it teaches incentives that can be done to decrease fights. And then it uses the form of restorative justice. And oftentimes, if you guys know history, and even from the skit that Dr. Ramadan is going to show you guys, a lot of times the kids who are the ones who are at risk and doing the most become your biggest credible messenger, because they've lived a life. It's lived experiences that affect our youth. And so we're starting giving SAVE program clubs everywhere. This is our last leadership. We actually partnered with the SAVE people, and they actually send out speakers. And we've done it 3 years in a row where we get all these kids coming to our programs. And we had about 118 youth on February 20th. And they went over how to start with hello, how to say something about things that they see in school in regards to kids who are suicidal, or kids who are contemplating shooting up the whole schools. A lot of the kids know this before the teachers and the administrators. So it teaches them how to say something and not being considered a snitch. So it's a very powerful tool that youth can use. So what we've done, we started all these SAVE programs in Indiana, particularly in Gary. And right now, on June 5th is Wear Orange Day. They're going to be out of school. So we already got flyers made up that every school has gotten saying, hey, we want you guys to march with us on June 5th. From 1 to 2:30, we're going to be in Maryville, okay, at Hidden Lake. And we're going to march there with police right by our side. We have signs made up. And then on that same day, we're going to go to the police department on 5th Avenue and walk over to Methodist Hospital where we're going to have a few victims to give brief testimonies. And when we get to Fifth Avenue, where Methodist is, we're going to be met by the fire trucks and the police cars and an ambulance with sirens on. We've already got the open air permits. We're going to have a parade, and we want as many students coming out with their parents as possible. And then when we get back to the police department, we're going to have gun locks to give out. We're going to tell parents, hey, we're going to keep your kids safe this summer. And the kids are going to we're going to have the drum line and cheerleaders. There's going to be a celebration to prevent violence and to have a safe summer. This is what we call a blueprint. This is what we could be doing in every city to let these kids know, hey, we care about you and we all can do better. And so this is just showing you some ideas. And the things that I'm doing here are the same things that I'm giving to NMA chapters around the United States. And hey, on June 5th, go do this. It don't have to be a big schools like us. It can be a church group. It could be kids who you mentor. Just go find a march and wear some orange. And then this is where it gets really big. So we're planning a national 5K walk run for peace, along with many healthcare fairs and safe community workshops. And so what that means is this is the first pretty much all Black led 5K walk run that we're doing every second Saturday of September. Kids are back in schools. We're getting trying to get every NMA regional chapter to partner with community violence intervention programs, as well as NOBLE, National Organization of Black Law Enforcement, as well as any youth. And we're going to walk and run that day. And then afterwards, we're going to have healthcare fairs where we're going to be taking blood pressures and checking glucoses and giving, Black and brown people their numbers. And then we're going to work with NOBLE to have workshops for parents to talk about safe gun storage and giving out gun locks. And we also going to be having our medical students and residents and doctors teaching Stop the Bleed and hands-only CPR. And while all that's going on, we're going to have vendors and food and all these things. So imagine, the big thing of this is we're working with Cities United. Cities United is a 501c3 that we're part of as the city of Gary. And we're getting them to partner with us officially for this date. And we're going to have at least their 20 cities where they have organizations who are doing things using their tools. And now at least these 20 cities are all going to be involved in this. So the idea behind this is to now do a media blitz and to have as many networks pick this up as possible so that youth can see this happening in every major city. We're saying the 20 cities are united, but any city, if you're not in Cities United, we want to be there by utilizing NMAs, regional chapters to partner with youth and all the entities, that are there. And so this could be a very good look. We talk about, the marches that are going on, the No Kings Walk and all that stuff. Why can't we have a 5K walk run for peace so that our kids can see, hey, there are more productive things we could be doing instead of teen takeovers, which is happening everywhere, especially in Chicago and some other cities. Let's give these kids the tools they need to become better products and to prevent the nonsense that can occur from being at those events. We want them to do something productive. The third pillar, and I'm going to be done shortly, because we're, most of the people on my board are in healthcare, we have to do something pertaining to health. And so we're going to always promote health and wellness with walking and 5Ks, but we also teaching everyone Stop the Bleed, as well as hands-only CPR, which is easily done. And so we started this health professionals enrichment program because, as I said before, I didn't know the route to become a physician. Even though my mom was a nurse, doctors were not actually having time to talk to us. And so myself and my partner is also from Gary. He's also, in my fraternity as well. And he lost his mom to cancer at an early age, just like I lost my mom when she turned 58. And so we both had a mission to do this, to create more doctors, dentists, and nurses. And so he's a trauma surgeon. And so we try to get you to go into those areas. And then we just added on freshmen to law as well. And we always talking to kids about financial literacy. So this is my first group. This young lady went on to go to Harvard and became a physician, but she was awesome. This is us in our trauma bay. at Methodist, where we have all kinds of youth coming through. This is our summer program where we have a 5-day program where they're at Purdue, at IU, then we have them go to community health centers, and then we have them go into the ER, the OR, and then they get to shadow different doctors depending on what area of interest they have. This is Dr. Artis, one of our interventional cardiologists, who just joined my board as well. And so this was what we just had, and we had over 100 kids there. It was fruitful. They learned. They got to learn a lot of different things, how to intubate, how to do CPR, and they got to hang out with lawyers as well. So the fourth pillar, again, as I said before, is the most challenging one. And again, this is just, our marketing tools we put together. And by the way, this is my daughter, Michaela, that we stuck in there. These are some of my board members, and these are other kids. So again, this just reiterates our mission. And again, this is the brochure that we give out everywhere, talking about Project Slay. And I'm not going to read all this, but we were basically in 4 different communities in Gary, Maryville, East Chicago, and Hammond. Those areas are highly endemic to violence, truancy, and other problems. They also had economic problems as well. And so the first thing we did was we had money to hire educators to go into and targeted the youth that the teachers and administrators pointed out were high risk. And so they learned Bofkin's life skills, which is a best practice program that teaches self-management, how to avoid conflict, how not to smoke, do cigarettes, vape, all those things that are harmful, which is basically POP's mission. And then we also had the rest of the school starting chapters for SAVE, where now the kids who are, not necessarily high risk, but can be at risk, because any youth in this day and age have access to firearms. They can easily pick up and go and shoot up a school, shoot themselves, or shoot someone that's been bullying them. And so it was important to let kids take the honors to be the leaders that we know they can be. In addition, it was important for us to engage with police. And so we have police at all of our events. Sometimes police are teaching to stop the bleed with us. Cold Blue is a program where we really engage with the police and the youth to let them know that the police is not somebody you should run for or feel threatened by. Most police are good and do great work. And again, this is our rallies that we do every year. And if you look at this, if you actually took out your phone and scanned this QR code, it's something I made up when I was in the ER, because I would have kids come in wanting to commit suicide because they broke up with their girlfriend or boyfriend. And as you guys know, they're probably going to go home because they didn't do anything, right? They just had the thoughts. And we did enough risk assessment to know that they're not going to do anything. But what about a month later when their brother gets killed? What resources do we have? And at that time, I had no resources. It was all adult related. So I had my team to look up the best resources in Northwest Indiana for mental health. And not only that, for domestic violence, for homeless youth, for youth who are having concerns about LGBT issues, any issues that they would have, we kind of put on a little QR code for them to now go and have it when they need it. And this is how that looked right here. And so we actually got smart and put this in a business card like this in a QR code. So now we give this out to every youth that we encounter on these tours we do. We also have on the back the 8 principles of conflict resolution. Let them know to think 6 seconds before they react. And so these are our tools that they can use. And this is showing you the benefits of this program to decrease all the things you see here: juvenile delinquency, gang involvement, fights, but also increase social emotional learning, as well as establish career paths and improvement with law enforcement. This is just a QR code, again, for kids to sign up to start SAVE programs. And so one of the things that I'm most proud of that came out of this grant was I had to figure out how can I entice young people who've made mistakes to give them a second chance. And so we thought about it. And because I had already been going into the juvenile detention center in Crown Point, and we would go in whenever we can to engage the youth in there and give them their own little pep rally about violence prevention, like we did in the schools, partnered with the director of probation officers, who's a friend. And I said, hey, look, we want to do more. I said, I want to target youth who have gun charges, which automatically makes them high risk for either being a shooter or getting shot. And so we targeted kids aged 12 to 18 2 years ago. We had our first pilot program, and these kids have to come through the program. It's mandatory. It's 10 weeks. And the purpose was to provide an outlet for youth at risk for gang involvement, any violent acts, robbery, domestic violence, homicide, and yes, suicide. And of course, school shootings, because they have the guns. If they get angry at a whole school for bullying them, you can best believe they will go there and shoot people in the school. We also want to interact with positive male role models, but also give them coping skills and teach them how to make healthy decisions about drugs and alcohol and how to avoid conflicts. And then we also engage their parents as well. Their parents can attend any one of the sessions that we have. We also had people to come in and talk to them about different careers. We had paramedics, we had credible messengers who were in jail for murder, who changed their life around and became pastors, or who converted to Muslim and became, credible messengers. And so this is the program. And the program started out 2 years ago as a pilot program. We had 12 kids, and the outcome was outstanding. What we saw was a decrease in juvenile delinquency. Less kids were going back to juvie and subsequently to prison. Had less fights. We had less gang involvements, recidivism, and then we had an increase in conflict resolution skills, knowledge, social-emotional learning, trust between the youth and the law, as well as parents learn about safe firearms. This is just showing you the 10-week program and what we did. So if you look, we had all kinds of different speakers. We had credible messengers. I gave talks on the statistics and how we got here. We had mental health specialists come through. We have different jobs that come through. We had people coming in talking about safe, the dangers of sexual interactions and things that are harmful. We preach, doing all the right things. Excuse me. And so the biggest thing and the most impactful of all this was we had site visits. We took them to the morgue. We took them to the ER where we had a victim of who had been shot, who's in a wheelchair because they're paralyzed. We had the nurses to talk to them. We had doctors to talk to them. They got to see CAT scans and all the things that we do in healthcare. And then I spend time with them talking about diseases that affect youth. I have a whole PowerPoint set up and I incentivize them with snacks and different things. And they engage in these kids, we find out, are actually brilliant. A lot of these kids are innovative. That's how they know how to do the crime things that they do. It takes a smart person to do a lot of the things that they do. We taught them how they can give back by becoming credible messengers to talk to other youth. And this is our first group. It was sad. These two young men who are 12 years old both took guns to school. And these kids are brilliant. They both was teaching us how to make a gun until we had to stop them from it. It's like, dude, let's not talk about that. But these kids know how to do all kinds of stuff. They learn how to teach stop the bleed. They know how to teach CPR. And this is what we made for them and their parents. So I made an 11-minute video that if you guys feel free to take a snapshot of that, scan it, and then you will have the 11-minute video teaching anyone and everyone how to stop the bleed using tools you have in your own home. And we give this out everywhere we go, where kids can get it. They can go and teach other kids at high risk, or they can teach the whole family. And keep in mind, it does not have to be a gunshot where you need to stop the bleed. It could be a bad car accident where your spouse gets hit on the passenger side and have a partial amputation. We teach kids how to apply tourniquets and how to use their belts to make tourniquets. It can be your 5-year-old daughter running in the house with some scissors and she cuts her radial artery. So it just teaches basic stuff like how not to freak out, to know to call 911, to grab something and to insert a towel or a rag into the wound and hold that pressure until EMS arrives. And so it's fruitful. This is the youth engaging at IU at our SAVE Summit. This is them in front of the Lake County Coroner's office before we went in, and where they start seeing the body bags. This is, it's not scare straight, but it's a way of letting them know these are the consequences of your actions, brother. If you don't get better, either you're going to be in jail or you're going to be down here or you're going to be paralyzed. And so those are things that we constantly hit upon. And so this is just showing you our success rate. And keep in mind, I haven't updated. We just got our last numbers, but we had a huge completion rate, which is awesome. And this is our recidivism for firearm related involvement, less than 9.7%. And what we found out now, we did our last batch and we've had 102 youth come through. Out of the 102, only 12% have had residual firearm related incidents. That's less than 12%. The remaining 88% have not been involved with guns. And so they've also avoided serious reoffending. 90% did well. And so these kids are now going to school, they're going to the military, they're getting trades, they're going to McDonald's and now trying to become the manager, because we preach no matter where you are, you can always elevate to become better. So if you're at McDonald's, do your job, be active, assertive, become the manager, and then you can own your own chain of McDonald's. So this is we had a story, we had a reporter come in and follow us on this day. These are parents learning how to put tourniquets on. It was engaging. We had all their attention, and we got a great article out of that as well. I think I may be able to show this. Have you guys let you see this quick video, and then I'm gonna have another video after this. Give you a break from me talking.
It's muted.
Oh. So I'm not gonna show that then, because I don't know why it mutes like that. I think I should have done something prior to this. So I'm gonna stop this. Can you guys hear me still?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just gonna go back to the presentation then. So as I said before, we are Lake County's My Brother's Keeper. We do the 6th pillar, which is keeping our youth safe from violence. So we tie right in. We focus on reducing violence and preventing incarceration and supporting reentry with education and job opportunities. And we get to the root cause. We let the youth know, hey, this is what's happening. This is how you can overcome it. And basically, we're transforming high-risk youth trajectories through our early intervention and accountability and opportunity. And so what we're doing now, like I said before, we're partnering with Cities United. So we have 20 cities that they're involved with. So now we're bringing this strategy to them to do the same thing. It's easy to do what we're doing. Get a group of vested adults who can now interact with these youth, get your speakers lined up. We'll show you how to do it. Connect with your local morgue, go to your ER, and you got a bunch of doctors there who love to talk to kids about what they see. And so this is a way we can do it in these 20 cities. And so the overall strategy that we're doing just for Gary, and this is just an example of what we're using, is to partner with Gary's violence prevention program, which we have done. We was just with the mayor at Cities United tour. Cities United is going from city to city, and they're hearing the best practices from each of the people or groups that are in their program. So we were their community violence program organization, and they actually allowed me to bring in 50 youth, and each youth got $500 each that came from Cities United. So we sat there with these youth, and we had a plethora of different youth. Some who were saved presidents a year ago who are now in college. These kids are now going on to law school, medical school, who came back for this. I had kids who are currently in high school who are in the SAVE programs. And yes, I had about 4 or 5 of our kids who were in our high risk program, because you got to get them as well, right? Because they're the ones who can get the command of the room, because they were the guys who were carrying the guns that these other kids want to emulate. And that's the problem. Gun violence is glamorized on every level. So you can get a kid who's all the kids in the school have been seeing as being a bully, and they know he's carrying a gun, who's now not doing that, and they know he's not fighting, and he's saying, hey, let's stop this nonsense, then you're making a difference. And that's what we're trying to encourage them to do in all their Cities United programs. We want them also to start these Save Promise clubs, which is what we're doing in all schools in Gary. We're going to be conducting activities, as I've just told you. And then we're going to spread it to other cities in Northwest Indiana and to the Portage areas and the Crown Point areas. And keep in mind, we don't hear a lot about those schools doing stuff, but I got a few kids in my programs who go to those schools. They have kids fighting. They got kids bringing guns to school all the time, but you don't hear about it. You only hear about the black schools with the black kids doing these things. But I guarantee you, I promise you, it's everywhere. And then, like what SAVE has done in Atlanta, Atlanta SAVE programs are now a part of the school budget, where they get, each school gets funding for starting a SAVE program. So imagine if we're doing this on every level, elementary, junior high, and high school. So now these elementary school students have SAVE at every step of their grades. So when they get to junior high school and high school, all the stuff we're seeing now, they won't be doing because they would have already been a part of the solution. So that's the overall goal of all this, is to how can we now do better? And so what we've done, and I'll share it with Dr. Ramadan or whomever is your media person to send these out. This is a advisor quick guide and how you guys can start your youth who already have an organization to now just practice the same principles. This is the how to do it. This is how you set it up. This is how you click to start your chapter. And then this is what you need to do in your 30-day launch. We're giving you the toolkits to do everything you need to do the things you need to do. And so it's pretty easy to do. And so where we are right now, this is our call to action. We're trying to create these Save Promise clubs in multiple cities. We're partnering with the National Medical Association and Cities United for 20 cities, plus whomever else. So we want to start best practices with prevention and high-risk outreach. We want to create a Crisis Connect business card, which you've already done, but we want it to be specific to that city. There's no reason why Detroit can't have the same numbers, but research the programs in that city and put it on the same business cards with the same principles of conflict resolution on the back. We can mass produce these Stop the Bleed cards that has that video on it, and everybody can get this card. And you don't even have to have a card. You can just hold it up on a screen and everybody can snapshot it and now go and teach everyone in their family how to do it. We're also planning, again, that national 5K walk run. We want the media to stand up and pay attention to something positive in Black communities that they have not done. They report every homicide on the block. They report kids shooting at each other and having their teen takeover. But something positive, they won't. What if we had 20 cities doing the same thing at the same time that we've already told our media connects, tune in on this. And now imagine the kids who are watching this to see, well, wow, these are Black people doing stuff for Black people. This is us telling us, this is them telling us, let's stop the dumbness that we're doing so that we can save our lives, so we won't be that statistic where the number one killer of Black men is a Black man. And so that's how we do these things. And so we're going to be collaborating with everyone, including Noble, Jack and Jill, 100 Black Men, Boys and Girls Club, the Muslim Nation, whomever we need to, we should be doing that. And so this is our social media. You guys want to take a snapshot of that in terms of how to connect with us or donate to us? We appreciate that. So we got to invest in our youth because right now they all need help. If we continue down the trajectory where I go into a room and 80% of the kids there say they know somebody who's been shot or killed from gun violence, then you know it's a problem. And this is just, again, please like us, and I'll take any questions you guys have. I did have another video, but I don't want to take it. I don't want to take a chance and share it because the value may not pop up. So I'll entertain any questions and hope you guys didn't get too bored.
Assalamu alaikum.
Okay, yes, he's going to take questions. Please raise your hand in the chat so we can acknowledge you, and then we'll acknowledge them by the order of hands. Or Brother Michael, do you want to acknowledge them, or do you want us to call them out for you?
So it's hard for me to look to see who it is. Wow.
Got it. So we'll acknowledge them by the order of hands. We'll start with, I think that's Sister Tawana, then we'll go with Sister Latifa. And those of you in the YouTube audience, if you have a question, just enter them in the comments, and then we'll ask your question for you. Go ahead, Sister Tawanda.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
Brother, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Sister Tawanda. I live in Atlanta, Georgia now, but I used to reside in Jersey City and Newark, New Jersey. I'm from Newark, New Jersey. I used to drive for Greyhound buses out of New York. That's not a big deal. That's not why I got up there. But during my time of driving buses in our dorm, there was a flyer that was being circulated by the Ku Klux Klan. It says, "Thank you, brothers and sisters, for killing doing our job." And the reason why I remember that, and I'm 64 years old, back in that time, this happened like 30 something, maybe 40 something years ago. But the point I'm trying to make is this here. We got to stop hurting each other. And I always say this, we got to love each other. My son was murdered 2010 in Jersey City by gunshot.
Sorry to hear that.
It's a hard pill to swallow.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to say is this here. I love what you're doing with the youth. But we got to stop hurting each other. We got to start loving and caring for each other.
And sister, let me tell you, my heart goes out to you. But I can tell you there's so many parents out there saying the same thing. And it's like we're not seeing the light. It's everything like I said before is being so glamorized, but it's not just that, right? It's being glamorized, but they have access. And I know we all a bunch of gun owners, but the problem is we are responsible. There are a lot of parents and family members who are not responsible. And you raise an important thing, right? You said this happened all 30 years ago when you saw that sign from the KKK. That was 30 years ago. So now when COVID hit in 2020, that's when all the numbers went up. That's when we saw way more deaths, way more homicide in every community. And that's when they also did the New England Journal of Medicine had the article showing that the number one killer for all kids, not just black and brown anymore, for all kids under age 19 is guns.
Yeah.
And it's homicide, but also suicide and unintentional injuries. And so that's significant because, when COVID hit, everything shut down. We were all in our house, but the liquor stores was open. The drug stores was open, meaning the people that sell marijuana, cocaine, opiates were still open. And so we have a lot of people who are now on substances. We lost jobs, so now people running the substance for that. But most importantly, the gun stores were open. In the first 3 months of COVID, over 2.1 million guns were bought. And it was almost as though people thought that Obama was going to take their guns again. Remember when that happened, everybody bought more guns when Obama became the president because they thought he was going to take away their guns. And so now you got all these cities and states where people have all these guns. I live in Indiana. And we're complicit in this, right? Because in Indiana, this is why all these kids in Indiana got guns now, right? Because in Indiana, the minute you turn 18, you can go get your gun.
And I live in Atlanta, Georgia. Do you know they allowed people? They said now, y'all, everybody can get a gun now. But then they shut it down where now it's a crime to have a gun. See, when I went to court with my son here in Atlanta, Georgia, I asked the judge. They said I'm still waiting for the answer. He never answered my question. But they said crime don't pay. And my question to the judge was, if crime don't pay, why we got to pay you for a crime that my son did? If crime don't pay. But see, I didn't uphold my son in what he did because what he did was wrong. And right to this day, I'm still not going to uphold him in his wrongness. But we got to stop, and we got to start loving each other, because in the Holy Quran, and I always say this, I made a promise to Allah that I will always talk about Allah. Allah said He made many tribes for us all to learn from each other. He didn't say black or white or purple or green or blue. He said everybody to learn from each other. So we're not supposed to hate each other. We're supposed to love each other and respect each other. And that's the key thing, respecting each other. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Sister Tawana. We'll go with Sister Latifa, and then next we'll go with the Zoom user. Sister Latifa.
Assalamu alaikum, my dear brother and rest of our family.
Thank you smile
for bringing this to us. We know that there's violence, but you gave us the statistics, what's happening where you are. I'm a Harlemite, and I would like to see this program in Harlem. And Sister Tawana, I ask Allah to bless you and the rest of your family, that you'll be relieved and know that we're fighting against it.
Thank you.
And alhamdulillah. And Brother Michael, I'd like to see this in Harlem because that's my place, but I'd like to see it all over. I'm visiting Atlanta now, and I see while I'm here the same things that I saw and see in Harlem. The email that you sent us, is that where we can get in touch with you so we can reach out to the organizations? I'm involved with quite a few organizations. Sister Aisha, who's with the Street Corner Resources, and the Harlem Council of Elders, Uptown Chamber of Commerce, and the Harlem Day. I'd like to see us working, actively working, and they're working, but to join forces so that we can help more youngsters and come together, and the eat to live that we learned what to do, and that more of us follow that. Just so much, the people that we're losing in the hospitals because people are not being treated because of our color, because of our gender. And Allah didn't create us. He said man, but man being humans. Is that the email, brother, that we would get in touch with you?
So I'm Sister Latifah. I'm not sure what was sent out because I didn't send it, but we'll make sure you get all the information. Also, make sure you get that toolkit that I showed in terms of how to start a SAVE program. Oh, and by the way, Sister Latifah, I trained at NYU Bellevue, and I lived in Harlem. I lived in Lenox Terrace for a little while.
Alhamdulillah. Oh, I was in Harlem before they put the Lenox Terrace up. I was in the old Harlem Hospital, and 135th Street before, and it was Lenox Avenue, okay?
Yep.
And it was 5th Avenue.
Yep.
8th Avenue. It wasn't named after our leaders. Oh, don't get me started up.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Alhamdulillah.
But yeah, I would love to have this program in Harlem. I'd love to connect you guys with some of the docs there in that program, and then have you guys to march on September 12th. I think that's what we have to do. I think we all got to, get everybody together in their own city and get the media to pay attention, and then have youth out in front leading it, speaking, giving testimonies like what our sister just gave, so that's a part of the healing process. And I think a lot of kids have to wake up, and that's what we're saying. We got to show the unity for them to not want to injure each other. Because right now, it's almost like the video game, right? They play these little stupid video games where they get this good manual dexterity, they know how to shoot, but then the person they shooting at, they look at as a video game character. They don't look at it as another human being who they should be loving.
That's right.
So everything is implicit in all of this. Everything that's going on with our country, the social media, the video games. We should have video games where you're just doing martial arts.
Yes. Yes. And we have our brother up there in Harlem that's teaching martial arts and been doing it for a while. I thought you was from New York because when I heard you talk, I said, that brother ain't from.
Oh, no, I'm from Gary. I just did my residency at NYU.
Yeah, but you done picked up the way we talk, But thank you. Oh man, I'm getting so eye-sighted. And my mother used to say there was somebody down south said, I'm eye-sighted, sis. So I'm eye-sighted, brother. And we got to do it. But I thank Allah really for you coming in and getting that walk And when we hit the front of the pages is about
Yes.
statistics of how we are changing those things.
Yes.
And it takes each one of us, because each one of us can do it. Thank you, my
Yes,
brother.
ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Latifa. Next, we have Sister Baina. Sister Baina Pasha.
Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. Assalamu alaikum, ma'am, number 2, and to all your staff, and to Dr. Michael. Alhamdulillah. Oh, I am just so excited, and and I feel so sad, what's happening to our youth. I would just like to see this in your program in every city. Every city there is. It is so needed, so needed. Our youth really, really need it. So that's all I had to say. And if there's anything I can do to help, I am willing, although I'm old now, but whatever. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam. Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're not old, you're seasoned, and you got a lot to do.
Alhamdulillah. My dear sister, and thank you so much.
That's right.
Thank you, Sister Baina. Next, we'll go with Brother Imam Anthony.
Assalamu alaikum. This is Brother Anthony out of Lansing, Michigan here. And one of the statements that you made, and Assalamu alaikum, Imam, we're to the second here, that what do we do because the current administration is taking things away on all levels of anything social. But you did make another statement that what you're doing, and to keep the best thing going, not having to ask them for permission or depend on their money. I get in trouble by saying, well, reparation. I say, yeah, but you're asking the wrong people. It's a lot that's going to give us reparation, and so what you're doing is that inshallah, we get a spread. It'd be us that's leading the charge on that. And I'm sitting there and I'm really enthused that something we're doing, and we got the geniuses to do it. I mean,
Right.
the thoughts there, and work with the youth. And this thing about being a snitch, it started by some crazy folks decades ago,
Yep.
and the kids picked that up. And I fight against this. So this person's raping your daughters and your mothers and killing and beating you up and everything and robbing you, and you won't expose him or her.
Right.
It's crazy, insane. But I just wanted to say yes, I'd like to join this. I'm out of Lansing, so it's not a real big thing, but we do have these 13 and 14-year-olds out here shooting each other and killing each other, and that want to join in and get things moving here. Because no, Detroit's just down the road, and an even bigger problem. So,
So Anthony, the president, the past president of Noble, is Dr. Brenda Goss Andrews. I've had her speak with me at some of our National Medical Association conferences. She's out of Detroit. She was a former police chief. She's the one that came up with Be Smart on safe gun storage. And, she's ready to move. She's going to be partnering with us. So I probably need to connect you guys with her. But yeah, right now, the funds are scarce. And guys, this thing has a half-life, right? This president not going to be there. And what I think is going to happen is, I think we've gone so far the other way that when somebody else get in, we're going to go back the right way, in the right trajectory. I think the funding is going to come back. I think everything that needs to happen, the DIHE, all that stuff is going to come back in a bigger way, because they went out of their way too much to deter it and to make it go away. And it's not really gone away. It's just we found ways to go around it. But yeah, the funding is going to come back. But right now, when I lost my funding, that $1 million, we found a way to continue because they saw the work was worth it, right? So now, instead of me having to pay, my guys to go into the juvenile detention center, the juvenile detention center wrote a grant and came up with the money. So now they're paying my guys just to continue doing. I don't get paid. I do everything on my own, free. And I have a wife, twins, and it's hard. And I got all the other responsibilities. But for me, it's worth it for me to do that. But everybody's not going to do that. So you have to have some dedicated people who's willing and ready to donate some in-kind donations. But right now, we're just trying to do what we can to get pop off the board. We don't even get a lot of funding. We don't hardly ask for funding, and now we're trying to change that. We're trying to ask, hey, give us some donations. Let's do what we need to do. Because if we get all these things going, and now all these corporations are looking like, man, who organized that big, 5K walk run for peace? That's marketing opportunities for them. They can be out there with their products that we can now say, hey, you are our sponsor. So for me, it's a good move that can lead to other stuff, And so we're gonna take the numbers of people that go to our 5K walk run. We're gonna take down the numbers of how many stop the bleed and CPR trainings we start. And we're gonna take the numbers of how many gun locks we gave out, and we're gonna find a way to market that into a product. We're working on commerce. Look, I'll even show you right now. This is my Blackout on Youth Violence T-shirt. You got to zoom out some.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what we doing commerce to sell those kind of things and everybody liked this shirt. Blackout on Youth Violence, designed by a youth with a thinking light bulb saying, hey, we can do better. So it's things that we can do. But I encourage you to not give up. Start out small, look for grants, get some grant writers, because there are a few grants out there, especially under the Department of Justice. But yeah, they real specific. Like I just wrote a grant for the project that I just told you about, the high risk. And you had to either be a PhD or MD. And I'm actually using my background in epidemiology, because now if I get that grant, it's only for $50K. And now the numbers that I show can now be a best practice that I can now show it all over the country and say, hey, this is working. That antiquated stuff that you guys have been using in the past, even Bofkin's life skills, it's antiquated. We had to change it around to suit Black people when we went into the schools. We had to get more creative, because right now it's just a boring PowerPoint. We have to give examples and make it our own. And that's why we got to keep doing what we need to do. And a lot of us are not that academic and not used to research, but we got to get involved in that to make it a best practice so that it can get the funding that is needed.
And also protect as you build it from the infiltrators and protect. We've done a lot of good things, and then it gets destroyed by those who are jealous and envious. And I looked over the history of things that we lacking the protection.
You're 100% right. You gotta put it on paper. You gotta go get whatever labeling you need. They got to be done the right way so that people can't steal it. Because that's throughout history, we've had so many products stolen. That's now multi-billionaire companies. Yeah.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
Waking me up. But keep you progressing.
Thank you.
All right, next we have Dr. Jamila Mubarak.
Bismillah. Firstly, I'd like to give Imam Warathin Muhammad II all due respect and his staff. And secondly, I'd like to thank you, Doctor, for... I cannot believe I'm looking at you. We just had a meeting Wednesday, and we were talking about guest speakers for the convention, and I was going to give you a call to ask you if you would be my nominee. And Dr. Ramadan has beat me to the punch. But I just wanted to let you know, I heard you say, though, that you have people on your staff that might be a nominee for us if you're too busy. But I just wanted to let you know that your presentation has so much validity, your work has so much validity, and I really appreciate you, brother. And I'm trying to figure out, how can I be a part? How can I play a part in this good work that you're doing? Because we have to focus on our youth. And you're doing a good job. I pray that God will make you successful and bless you abundantly.
Thank you so very much.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wow.
I think we have, is that let's see, Mike Crab? Brother Crab? Okay, no. All right, were there any more questions? If not, Dr. Ramadan, we're going to turn it over to you, or unless you, Dr. McGee, had any final words, we'll turn it over to Dr. Mikhail Ramadan, inshallah.
It was a pleasure. Thank you for the opportunity, everyone. Appreciate you.
Alhamdulillah. Well, I'd like to say we were certainly inspired by that presentation,
Thank
and
you.
we can see the work and to see the youth involvement. This is an area that's been difficult for us to reach and to motivate, and to see the success that you've been having in that area is just inspiring. And we would say, uh, keep up the good work, alhamdulillah. And
And
you
it's,
know, we support you, and um, I'll be talking more with you shortly,
Appreciate you.
yeah,
inshallah.
and both Dr. Mikhail and Dr. McGee. Actually, it is one more question. It looks like a Motorola Moto G, and then if we'll bring in Imam Muhammad the second to be the last comment or question, if you don't mind.
We have the skit that is associated with this presentation. We look forward to that too. So that
Excellent. So we'll, yes sir. So we'll go with the Motorola G or Moto G device, and then Imam Muhammad the second, and then we'll turn it back over to you, Dr. Ramadan, for the skit.
Assalamu alaikum.
Salam.
Islam.
Good, you can hear me. Alhamdulillah. This brother Anthony calling out of New York City. I know this may not be the time or the place, and I may not have the correct language, but my heart always tells me, how do you tell young men that you see that's not a family member? It's just the way they look. How do you tell, and then how do you tell a young man or woman about the horrors of marijuana and what the effects are, and what the effects are of walking around with their pants down, with their pants falling down? You know, we need. I wish we could have skits on how to approach them, as sometimes seniors are hesitant to approach the youth that way because they don't know what their reaction would be,
Right.
because they seem so. I don't know, but can you respond to that for 1 minute, please? Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
So, that's the style these kids have. I don't see them doing it as much now, but that's just a trendy style that they have now. It's hard to make them make that change. All you can do is be responsible for your kids and your relatives. Like you said, you can't say what you want to every kid now because they're so easily triggered, no pun intended. And that's a problem. They all on edge, and then they all got guns now. And that's where we are. Just in terms of cannabis, one thing I do tell the kids, I say, especially the ones who I know who are carrying guns, I say, think about this. You're wearing your saggy pants, you got your gun in your pants, you go sit on your couch, you go use the bathroom, now you hear a loud pop because your gun is falling out on the couch, and now your 3-year-old brother just shot himself in the head. So you gotta think about all those different things. And then I also talk about how professional you are when you go into an interview. You need to know to wear the proper clothes. That's one way you can actually talk to them, but you have to have a relationship with them to have those conversations. And then also in regards to cannabis, that's the best way to get pulled over by a policeman and get put out of the car, especially if it's in a city where it's not legal. A lot of these kids running around driving, smoking cannabis is the first thing they look for when they roll the window down, because now they got a reason to pull you out of the car. And now if you're 18 in Indiana, now you got your gun. So now you in trouble. And so that's why I said, some of these cities, and I didn't really tell you guys, we went from 20 to 29 states that you can now turn 18 and get a gun. And you have to take 3 tests to get your driver's license. And now what has happened is you got more mothers and older people buying guns because they're scared of that kid. So yeah, you don't want to sit there and tell this kid, pull your pants up, because that kid may pull his gun out. That's the world we living in. This is the problem. Number one, a lot of kids, it's not natural anymore. It used to be a little natural. Now it's got stuff in it, because I'm seeing kids coming in from vaping and they got chest pain and shorter breath, and the oxygen levels are dropping, and everything our chest is normal. So these kids are now at risk for lung disease, but now there's studies showing that kids who smoke a bunch of cannabis at risk for heart disease. They have a 7 times chance of having an MI at an early age than the average person who's not doing cannabis. So I kind of dropped that knowledge on them because I'm also associated with programs to talk to kids about drug and alcohol abuse. So I try to squeeze that in wherever I am as well. The best thing you can do is just education and continued education and let them know how it's relevant to their life. You know, you can't go into a job interview smelling like weed. That's the first thing you're gonna do is not hire you. You know, even if you was in your car, you know, the smell carries. You can't go to your job smelling like weed. How are you gonna end up being a manager of your job if they look at you as, oh, that's the dude that always smell like cannabis? So you just look at it, talk to them in a way of how can you be more successful? You need to limit your activity. If you do that stuff, if it's legal, do it at appropriate times. But don't make it your center of your life where now that's all you do. And we get kids that comes in with hyperemesis from using cannabis where they have this cyclical vomiting and won't stop. They have an abdominal pain. We get that all the time. So yeah, cannabis is a problem. And I agree with you on some of those things.
Thank you, Dr. McGee. The last question or comment will be from Imam Muhammad II, and then we'll go turn it back over to Dr. Ramadan for the skit. Brother Imam.
Yes, Assalamu alaikum, Dr. McGee. Yeah, I'm really encouraged by the work that you're doing, and mainly because I feel that God chose you as the perfect person for that. Because most of us in your shoes, we couldn't walk in your shoes in the first place, because it's like the person that has his finger in the dike, and he's the one with all the knowledge on how to save the town from the big flood that's coming. But he has to hold and keep the tourniquet on the wound and keep the blood from spurting out. When he needs a surgeon, he needs some medicine, he needs some help, he needs some assistance, but he can't let go of that tourniquet. And so you're the excellent person and the personality. You well trained, and just don't give up, because you are making a difference, because you're saving lives, although you're just keeping the blood from spilling all out all over the place. My father said that they spend billions of dollars just to keep his work back. So what do you think happened later? They're spending trillions of dollars to keep this system. And it was Allah that said that to the archangel, after, wait till you see the world after Satan has colored it. So there's a world that's been created for us to look at that is so far from reality. And as Muslims and as where we come from, I don't know, maybe we should be talking more boldly about it. I say things that most people, but as a people, we have a mindset not to have the courage to speak our minds freely. You know how they talk about those Kevins and Karens that just get out and stop running their mouth and voicing it. But if we had half the courage that they have to speak their mind in ignorance with the intelligence and the knowledge that we had, we just need to be a little bit more brave and to not fear being criticized and not fear our lack of education or our lack of authority, because I have a tendency to not trust myself, knowing that I got answers and I have solutions. But then it's the same little whisper in the back of your mind, ain't nobody gonna listen. And when I get done talking, they're gonna whisper behind their back, oh, that Negro, look at this arrogant, you don't know what he's talking about, blah, blah, blah. But we still can never give up. We can't give up, because the world that we live in, I was gonna suggest that we should tell young people that the world you live in is not what the reality that you see as a reality and believe as a reality. That is a false reality created by the enemy of man himself. So, as me as being an imam, as a spiritual leader and a religious leader, and also follower of Muhammad the Prophet, that's the position that I feel is the most powerful position. That's the position that my father held, my grandfather, his father, and his father before him held, was that the answer is in the spirituality, but they decapitate, emasculate, they take the leadership out so they can do whatever they want with us.
That's
So
right.
if we're not leading ourselves, if our culture is not our own culture, it's almost like we all have to have the courage to put our finger in that dike and try to hold back so that we don't all bleed out. And Allah is going to rescue us. He's rescuing us now. Things are going to change if we could just weather the storm and wait and not wait for the change, to continue to work hard and struggle until the change comes about. Don't give up on your our good people, our scholars, our imams, our leaders, our people that sacrifice their lives, our people that stay up nights trying to figure out how to solve these problems, and why our children are insane. We don't need to ask why. We know why. It's by design. It's by design.
Yeah.
The stuff they believe, I don't want to condemn
Yeah.
the society we live in, but the stuff they believe in, you could tell them anything. You could tell them anything, and they're going to follow it. And we were bred, and I'm not criticizing you. But yes, we are our our children that we talk about, they are kids. They were a commodity, like goats and sheep and cows and
Yep.
chickens. So we don't use the term. My father woke my mind up one day. This was 30, 40 years ago. He started saying children all the time. And he said our children. And he actually, and I didn't hear him until he instructed to someone to say children. And it's a language environment. We have to change that environment. You're a doctor, we call you doctor. Why do we call our teachers master and the missus of the master? I don't own my wife. You don't own your wife, so she's not your missus, and you're not the master. So we have to evolve. And Imam Muhammad, he was speaking the truth many, many years ago, and speaking the language that could help heal our country. But it was he was ignored and rejected. I was like, all we're doing, our community. I used to live in Chicago, and I'm sure you, as a you probably saw the work we were doing. We were on the streets. We were working with the
Yeah.
politicians, the religious. We was working with everybody, and we
Yeah.
was making differences. Never made the news. You
Yeah.
know, somebody lost a puppy
Yeah.
that made the news. So, you know,
Yeah.
you got a rough road ahead of you, but you're the one that's equipped to do the job, and I'm with you. I got your back, brother. Anything you need us for in the mosque cares, that we ready to answer the call, inshallah. Yeah.
I
Thank you.
appreciate those words of encouragement,
Yes, sir.
Imam Muhammad. Very, very needed, because you do have moments where you're like, I'm tired of this, especially when you got $1
I
million.
know it, brother,
Yeah.
but God chose you. You didn't
Yeah.
choose the job.
Yeah.
God
Yeah.
chose you
Yeah.
for the job.
You're right. You're
So
right. And
we can't give up. We our last breath, you know,
yeah.
and constantly fear God and seek His mercy and His mercy and His help, and He'll come. He with you. He with you. Don't
Appreciate that so much.
Yeah, the people. It's a false reality. It looked like the harder you work, they've been trained to work against you.
Yeah.
Our youth have been trained to not like daddy, to
Yeah.
not, most of them don't know daddy,
Yeah.
and don't respect mama. And
At all.
mama's mindset is anti, you know, is her, the things she want, but her actions are really working against everything that her heart and her soul truly desire, because she's been trained and brainwashed by a corrupt
Yeah.
narrative, you know, that as what a mother should be doing, and what the response of these circumstances should be. You're responding the wrong way. You know, the farmer don't go out and plant his seeds. He been praying for rain for months. Ain't no water hit this ground. My seeds ain't gonna never grow. We're gonna starve. We're gonna lose Papa. We're gonna lose some of these babies, because we can't grow no food. No grain will grow. Then when the rain started, do you think he run out with his precious seeds during the storm with the high winds and the rain and the water washing everything away? He wasted seeds.
Yeah.
And that's what we doing. We got good seeds, but we have to have the patience and the ability to manage the things that we're dealing with, and it's not going to be easy, because you know, we the disenfranchised. You know, everybody else got thousands of years. We're new people. We brand new, and just as ignorant as that new baby. So we have to educate those of us that know, have to teach those that don't, and have to have patience, you know. And I know you know that. I'm preaching to the man that God chose for the job. Yeah, you got it. You got it, and you're gonna get the help you need. I
Appreciate
believe.
that.
I love my favorite thing I heard you say is that it's gonna change
Right.
later. That this is
Yep.
just a period. Good always outlasts evil.
Yep.
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 So I know you
100%.
got it, because you got the right disposition. And we can, once we change the narrative, we won't be talking about this negative stuff.
Right.
The next generation won't hear this and won't have to fear the things we fear. The next generation is going to be talking about how beautiful people we are, and
Yeah.
how God chose us to be the ones to lead the other nationalities and races closer towards their true humanity. Yeah. I told some ex I was at a quinceañera last night. I ain't gonna go into that, but I told them, I said, y'all go lead America back to his humanity. I said, because what I saw was beautiful. It was almost more children there, little toddlers at the quinceañera than it was adults. I said, this should be us. And their facility looked like almost a spitting image of the Mons Cares. I said, why come we not doing this? We need to do it. We need to make that change and invite people. Anytime you want to use the Mons Cares, the doors are open. I wouldn't charge you a dime. I would pay you to use it. Don't worry about us. You know, we here for you. All right. Thank you, Adil.
Yes, sir. Thank you, brother Emil.
At this time, Imam Adil, we'd like to bring Sister Isla and her skit team. She's the director of the Theater of Creative Consciousness of the Arts, and they have practiced this skit, and it reinforces some of the points that Dr. McGee has brought out. And this time I'd like to turn it over to Sister Isla, and you can take it from here, Sister Isla.
Assalamu alaikum. It's a blessing to be here at the Mosque and with our Imam Worthy Muhammad II, and all the believers here. Walaikum assalam, dear Tawanda. And we're going to start right away because it's other people have to come on. So Brother Adil is going to help me bring on the performance. Brother Edward, could you say something? Unmute.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam. Brother Jason, could you say something and unmute? Jason? I know you was just on here. I just seen you. There you are. Alhamdulillah. And Brother Thomas. Thomas, unmute and let your video go. Brother Thomas Ramirez.
There we go. Shalom.
You're on?
Shalom.
Shalom, my brother. Brother, Sister Tahida, please don't, you can unmute, but don't show yourself. Okay. Brother Umar Abdul Aziz, Dr. Crab, could you please show yourself? Alhamdulillah, Allahu Akbar. Alhamdulillah. Who else we have? We have Tahida, Brother Jason.
Hello.
Jason. Okay. Umar.
Yes.
Sister Tahida.
Yeah, I'm on.
Thomas, Alhamdulillah. And Imam Edward. And we're ready to start. It's a blessing to be here today to present this skit by Dr. Mikhail Ramadan. It's about prison. They're all in prison. And believe it or not, my son has a program called Ex-Cons Matters. Ex-cons living in the world, and he just opened up his foundation for that. And he had the Gooden Jr., the life of a king, yes, in St. Petersburg last Sunday. The brother that was actually the teacher that worked with the youth in the school. So I mean, and most of these are ex-cons. So, brother, Dr. Ramadan, you was really on time this time. you did this, and Allah was truly with us. And so we will start with Imam Edward Abdul Aziz with prayer.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Alhamdulillah. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim. Malik Yawmiddin. Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
With Allah's name, the merciful benefactor, the merciful redeemer. A Time to Reflect by Dr. Mikhail Ramadan. The setting, a large community room in a prison where inmates gather for activities. A table is set with books about Al-Islam, and a few inmates are playing chess while others are talking quietly among themselves. The characters, Imam Khalid, the wise full-time Muslim prison chaplain, Malik, a mentor and longtime Muslim inmate, Rashid, a new inmate curious about Islam, Omar, a hardened inmate, cynical but intrigued, Jamal, a former gang member who has been released and is now a positive role model, Youssef, another former inmate who shares his story of a changed life. Scene begins with Imam Khalid addressing a small group of inmates.
Brothers, remember, prayer is not just a ritual. It's your connection with Allah, your creator. Always keep in mind that Almighty God, Allah, is one. He has no partners. He is not born, and he will not die. He is separate from and not dependent upon his creation, which he sustains. Allah has sent prophets, peace be upon them, to give his revelation to mankind throughout history. And Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, is the last in that line of prophets. And note that Allah is still working on each of us. There's a direction to which Allah turns each of us. We just need to seek his guidance.
Rashid stands on to the outside, observing with curiosity. He approaches the group hesitantly.
Brother Imam, can I ask, how has Islam helped you all? I've seen guys change, but I'm not sure what to believe.
Malik, sitting nearby, gestures to Rashid to join them.
Malik smiling. Come and sit with us. It's a journey to learn about yourself. I was lost, caught up in a game, thinking violence was the only way to earn respect. When I found Islam, I learned that real strength comes from faith, compassion, and community.
Omar, leaning against the wall, scoffs, but can't help but listen. Compassion in here? You really think that'll change anything? Imam Khalid turns to Omar, his voice calm yet firm.
Yes, Omar, faith and compassion are what binds us together. There are men in here who have done terrible things, yet they strive for redemption. It's never too late to change.
Just then, Jamal walks in, a former inmate who has successfully reintegrated into society. He carries a sense of purpose and confidence.
Assalamu alaikum, my brothers. I just came from a community meeting, and we're setting up programs to help at-risk youth stay away from gangs.
Everyone looks intrigued. Rashid leans in, eager to hear more.
You were in a gang too? How did your life turn around?
Jamal takes a seat reflecting.
Yeah, I was deep in that life. I ended up in prison for murder. I thought I was a king, but I was really a prisoner of my own choices. Finding Al-Islam here helped me to understand my worth and the impact of my actions.
Malik adds, his voice filled with pride.
Jamal has become a mentor in the community. He's proof that we can rise from our past. And he's out there giving back, showing young men that they don't have to follow the same path.
Omar shifts intrigued, but still skeptical. But what if you messed up again? What if you slip back into that life?
Every day is a choice, Omar. I've surrounded myself with positive influences now. I've seen too many of my friends go back to prison or worse. That's why I'm committed to helping others see that there's a better way.
Youssef, another former inmate who has been released, joins the conversation, carrying the weight of his past.
I walked out of these gates 2 years ago. I was once a gangbanger too. Locked up for armed robbery. But the teachings of Islam opened my eyes. I could use my experience to help others just like Jamal.
Rashid looks inspired, leaning forward in his seat.
I want to change too. I'm tired of living in this cycle of violence. How do I start?
Start with intentions. Engage in prayer. Seek knowledge and connect with this brotherhood. We are here to support each other.
Omar, visibly moved, starts to soften. I've lost so many friends in my life. Maybe it's time I look at things differently. Jamal nods, reaching out to Omar.
It's never too late, Omar. We support each other, and I'm here to show you that there's hope beyond these walls.
We've all made mistakes, but we have the power to change our lives by Allah's grace.
As they gather for Asr prayer.
This is not just a prison, but the time we spent in here can become a blessing in our lives. Just look at the brothers who have become role models outside. Their journey continues. May Allah continue to guide it. Allahu Akbar.
The end. Allah.
Takbir.
Allahu Akbar.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar.
We thank your team, Sister Isla, all the brothers and sisters involved in this. For me, it's a real pleasure to see it go from what's written on the screen to real life. And I can hear the sincerity in those who contributed. We thank you so much.
Allahu Akbar, brother Dr. Ramadan, alhamdulillah. But first of all, I would like to thank all of the brothers that have reached out to help. Dr. Mikhail Ramadan and the Health Consortium to present this script. Great presentation. These brothers, before and our theater company, the Theater of Creative Conscience of the Arts, the Mosque Cares. And mostly I would like to thank Imam Wardeen Muhammad II for keeping the doors open for all of us, all of our believers to walk in. Thank you, Brother Adil and Imam Elam and my dear sister Sharon Abdullah for keeping us informed and ready. Assalamu alaikum. I would like to do the characters and present them. It's only take a second. Imam Khalid was played by Imam Edward Abdelaziz. Malik was played by Thomas Ramirez. Rashid was played by Idris Johnson. Umar was played by a mystery woman who was Sister Tahita, played a male. That was her male voice you heard. She did a great job. Jamil was played by Umar Ibn Akbar Abdulaziz, aka Dr. Crab. Youssef was played by Jason Thomas. And we'd like to again thank you all. Assalamu alaikum, alhamdulillah.
Allahu Akbar. That was absolutely beautiful.
Allahu Akbar.
Brother Imam, over to you.
Yeah, yeah, excellent work. I believe this is also an intended avenue for us for our salvation that Allah intends for us, and is very much in lines with the culture and the for want of a better word for what El Islam uh, uh, provides for us as individuals. That our religion puts emphasis, although we have one message, one book, and we all agree with 100% with the revealed word, God's word. We believe that the Holy Quran is purely God's word. But God asks us also to express our individuality. There's something even in when we read the Holy Quran that this is common knowledge to Muslims around the world, because Muslims around the world they see, though, and especially those of us that attend the Hajj, we see the different cultures and the different nationalities reciting the same Quran, but you often get a different spirit, a pure spirit, because the best of the intended spirit that God wants to come from us, it comes from the sincerity, like Sister Isla just mentioned, that it's the individuals, their individual spirit and the sincerity about what they're speaking about that really gets the communication home. Just read, you're not just reading it on paper, you're feeling every aspect of that. And I believe that this is could be a saving grace for us as a people. Now, I'm speaking when I say us, I mean us from this association, not, and I don't mean the Association of the Mosques, but from this legacy that we have as African Americans up from slavery and being reintroduced to El Islam, and Allah saving us from the misfortunes of our past and creating us all over anew as believers and Muslims as one unity with the human family. I believe that this is the catalyst that's needed for us to go forward, and we can do it through expressing ourselves and our culture and our life and our desires as believers. But as believers, what a lot doesn't ask us to find the most knowledgeable Pakistani or Arab or somebody. You know, Allah accepts and He encourages us to find our own leaders. That's why He puts emphasis with that He sent Muhammad speaking the language, the tongue, the Arab. He said He could have sent angels to reveal the book, to give us the book, but He sent Muhammad the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam because Muhammad was amongst His people. So if we as this beautiful melting pot, you say, well, hey, we ain't all from the same background. My uncle's from Nigeria. My mother is white, half, white, Caucasian, or my mother said, my father said he did a genealogy thing, and we 20% Asian and 80% African, and all of this and that. But guess what? We still one people. We still a new people because we experienced the same thing. So our souls have experienced the same powerful gravity that gelled us together as a people, although we look like a rainbow when it comes to our physical features. So we need to not look at our physical features, but look at what God is doing for us as a people and capitalize on that. And I don't see a better way to do it. America is the center of the world, so if we start expressing ourselves better through theater, I believe theater can save us and America. But it has to be the pen has to be in the right hand. And I'm gonna turn it back
That's
over to
right.
Dr. Ramadan at that point. Now I'm finished. The
Alhamdulillah.
pen needs to be in the right hand. That's the key.
It is in the
Alhamdulillah.
right hand.
I know it. I hope y'all hear me.
That's right.
Thank you, Brother Imam,
Dr.
for that.
Ramadan.
My pleasure.
Imam Adil, it's over to you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Imam Dr. Mikhail Ramadan, the Muslim Health Consortium, for their presentation, along with with Dr. McGee, who's a subject matter expert, at what he does, and much more, and much more. So we thank him for that, And Dr. Mikhail Ramadan, if it'll be easier for you to provide that information that he mentioned, if he sent it to you, would that be easier? How would you like for us to do it? Would you like for them to reach out to the Muslim Health Consortium via email, and then you can correspond with them that way?
And we can get the information to you.
Okay.
A lot of it, he wanted screenshots, but we can also get that information to you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. And again, please support the Muslim Health Consortium. You can contact them via email at contactyourmhc@gmail.com. Again, that's contactyourmhc@gmail.com. Again, thank you, Dr. Mikhail Ramadan, Imam Dr. Mikhail Ramadan. And we're going to proceed, as Imam Muhammad mentioned, that Imam Elam is attending the family matters. He's attending the funeral of his sister. So the Quranic Arabic discussion will continue, inshallah, with the June 1st Sunday. So we're going to proceed now into the business and technology presentation with Brother Imam Eric and Ismail Shamsuddin.
With God's name, the merciful benefactor, the merciful redeemer. To Imam Warati Muhammad II, it's good to be with you. To Imam Elam Muhammad, and also to Adil Muhammad, greetings and peace be upon you. We are embarking today on wellness. Naeem Najib is, should be on. I hope that Eric is on as well to be able to move forward. So why don't we turn it over to Eric? You can introduce Naeem, and then I'll come back.
Okay. First, our condolences to Imam Elam and his family. May Allah bless them with relief and peace at this particular time. I did text Brother Naeem. Brother Naeem, are you available?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Brother Naeem, I believe you're going to speak with respect to, as I see Brother Imam Ismail is talking about the technology, the glasses. Oh, where are my glasses?
Get yours.
I'm coming back to that.
And well, Brother Naeem, go right ahead and continue with what you were speaking on from the last. Why don't you update the listening audience, the good listening audience, on what you spoke on last week for the last first Sunday?
Okay. Well, thank you, Brother Eric. Assalamu alaikum. I'm Najib. I also have some of the presentation to show everyone. So I'm going to give you a bit of a recap of our recap from last time, which we covered everything from, so this is business and technology, right? So we covered different aspects of business. And when we come on, usually we hone in on a specific topic for that month or for that session. So we've done things like retirement planning. We've done credit building. We've talked about AI. We've talked about different tools you can use on your phone, your apps, to help you with health choices and shopping, like the Yuka app that a lot of you, I'm sure, have and use. You know, the Imam and my Uncle Ismail does. Talk about hydration, nutrition as well, and just using technologies to support all of that and everything we're talking about. Because how can we be our best selves and best community of believers if we're sick, right? And unfortunately, a lot of the technology, such as the laptops, the phones that you might be listening to this on, do have a health cost. Like, it's not free. You can't sit in front of a screen all day and it not affect your health. So we were talking about blue light glasses, and I'm going to share my screen because I'm able to do that. So give me one moment and I'm going to get to that. Let's see here. And also, thank you everyone for being patient with us, for having me today, for continuing this education, because repetition is a big part of education. And I'm just here to look smart because I got the glasses. I'm not telling y'all anything you don't really already know or can't figure out on your own. I just want to present it in a way that is hopefully memorable and that we can use it moving forward, like today. So my Uncle Ismail told me like he needs his blue light glasses last time, and so I got him a pair, and the family a pair, and so you can order it. We got a pack of 4 for like under $20. You can find them easily. If you see your screen right now, these are some of the topics that we've gone over, right? And so let me see if I can move forward. So this is the blue light situation. So what is blue light? Let's just go over that again. Go back to go forward. So blue light is not unnatural. It actually comes from the sun. And here's a pop quiz question. We know that the sun gives us what vitamin? Vitamin D, right? And that we absorb it in our skin. Here's a question. If you go out and you say, you know what? It's a sunny day. I don't feel like going outside. I'm sit in my living room window where I get a lot of sun in and just sit there and read a book or whatever, or even sit in my car and face it toward the sun in the driveway or in the park. Are you getting the same vitamin D if you do that, as opposed to being out and about without anything between you and the sun? That's the question. We'll come back to that. Anyone can answer it in the chat or what have you. So a little bit more about blue light. So blue light has high energy and it keeps you awake. These screens that we are on right now emit blue light. And too much of the blue light, going back, too much of it is detrimental to your health. Why? Because it will interrupt your sleep patterns, which is your circadian rhythm. And some of us naturally have either we're earlier riser or like early bird or night owl. I'm a night owl. But either way, whatever your natural rhythm is, if you're on the screen too long, it can interrupt that and it can cause eye strain, and it's not good for your health because sleep is the #1 most important aspect of your health. We talk about diet, nutrition, hydration, exercise, movement, and sleep. But you cannot go, like, you can go 3 days without water, right? But you cannot go 3 days without sleep. There's been terrible studies that's been done and torture experiments and stuff that what happens to the human body after sleep deterrent and sleep deterioration, it deteriorates your health. So do get as much sleep as your body needs. Hopefully we don't need alarms to wake up. And I'll teach you a quick trick about alarms. Your body already has a natural alarm. Some of you may realize that you wake up and you look at the clock and it's the same time usually when you wake up. Let's just say that's 7:04 or whatever. Like, you wake up at within this window, like this 5 or 10 minute window of time, and you look at the clock and it's like, wow, my body just wakes me up at that time. You could have went to sleep early or late. It just wakes you up at that time. You need to pay attention to that, especially if it happened more than 3 times. And know that your body's going to wake you up and you might have trouble going back to sleep, but sleep is most important. So do get as much as you possibly can. And if you want the trick to waking up, a teacher of mine taught me this a long time ago, is you take a look at the clock, whatever clock you have before you go to bed, and in your mind, you see the time that you want to wake up. Let's say it's 7 o'clock. Let's say you went to bed at 10 o'clock. see that time in your head and imagine yourself waking up and looking at the clock, say 7 o'clock, say the time that you want to wake up. Just try it. And I want to hear back from you what happens, but it works for me. Your body keeps time, and also your cells keep time. And if you don't take care of them, then you're not going to have a good time. You're going to have a bad time. So let's not do that. So anyway, these glasses here that I'm wearing and that Imam Ishmael is wearing, where are we at here? Did we talk about here? Here they are. So blue light glasses basically allow you to look at these screens and block out that particular spectrum of light. Now, they're not prescription. So if you need glasses, then like you need prescription glasses, contacts, then you have to find another way around that. I'm sure they do have some that are prescription, but just the regular glasses, all they do is block out the light. They don't change any of the anything. And we have Sister Tawhida answered the question in the chat. No, to my question about do you get the vitamin D from the sun when the window is closed and you're sitting in front of the window. And she's absolutely correct. As I said, I'm not here to teach you anything new, just to give you tools to enhance what you already know. And so while it may feel good and you may feel the heat in the light of the sun from your car window or from your closed window in your home, you are not getting any benefit from that. So either open the window or go outside, right? There's no shortcuts. Like we can't cheat Allah. Like, you know what? I want my blessings, but I just don't want it. I want to call it in. I don't want to do what it takes to get it. It's like, no, if you want the vitamin D from the sun, go outside and face the sun, literally. Okay, so we talked about blue light glasses. You can order that. You can find it. Let's go into something else though. And also this is open for questions as well. So if anyone has a question, I don't want to take too much longer, maybe max like 5 or 10 more minutes just to quickly go over this. And then we can go into what y'all have questions about that we can review. So I'm just going to quickly go through some of the other things and let me actually end. Okay, so Yuka, this app, you can find it on the App Store. This is the one where you scan your grocery barcode in the grocery store, whether it's bread, water, juice, soda. And I invite you to scan things that you don't buy or regularly eat either. You know, like, so, you know, Coca-Colas and sweet juices and candy and all that stuff. And you'll see it'll show a score 0, you know, I think I have a screen here. Yeah, like, so you see here, the one on the right has a higher score and the ones on the left have a very low score. And you would think, oh, Honey Nut Cheerios, they told us that was good. Well, good for the manufacturers to make money, but it's just sugar and sugar. And so look at it. It says too sweet. There's so many additives, there's sodium, there's everything in there. That's why we like it, because human beings like sugar and salt. So it's not like the manufacturing companies don't know what they're doing, but at least you could see in real time. You don't got to go do research. You just got to download the app, YUKA. Put it in your iPhone, your Apple Store, or your Google Play Store. Google it and download it now if you don't have it. Like I'm telling you right now, while I'm talking, don't even wait till I go off, because you can get it right now in a couple of minutes, and it's free. Of course, they have options for you to pay for it, but you get what you need for free. And it just uses your camera on your phone to scan it. You can go in your house, scan your bread and whatnot, and see what it says. And you can look into each of these things that it says, the calories, the sugar, and see just how good or bad it is for your health. So you'll find some things, like I said, scan things you don't buy or things you may know other people in your family eat, and just tell them, like, download the app and look at it for yourself. At least you'll know how bad you're doing. Because some of us think, oh, well, I'm eating the sugar-free version, or I got the low-fat Coca-Cola or whatever. And it's like, yeah, but it's still killing you. So your assignment is to tell 3 people about this, and also 3 people about the blue light glasses. And if you don't have it for yourself, then get some. All right, so we talked about power of attorney and will. Let me just give you the research sources. Y'all know, don't have a power of attorney for yourself and someone you care about, and someone you trust. Like, make sure you have that conversation. You go straight to the resources. Here's where you can get the resources from. Screenshot this. I'll leave it up for 10 seconds. LawDepot.com, Rocket Lawyer, etc. Right? And then wills. We don't have to say why a will is important. We did that. Here are the resources. I like the first one a lot because it's free. It's a will, and it's called free will. Makes sense. Like you can use your free will to go to that site, and it'll guide you through every single step. You don't even need you just need to be able to read and type things in. freewill.com. Okay, so, and also because we talked about this before, the handwritten will. Handwritten wills are valid in most states, and all you have to do is put the date, your name, where you're at, and what you leave, and to who it is, and sign it, and not get a witness if you can. But some states don't need it, but get a witness though, or get 2 witnesses. And that can be on a piece of copy machine paper, right? And it's valid, and it's much better than having nothing. And you know who you don't want to leave your stuff to, and you know who you do. So, and we don't got to talk about that. So, talked about protecting money and things in an emergency, what to do, and also electrolytes. I'm end on this. So here's a brand of electrolytes, not the only one. I'm choosing this one because it's pretty good, all other things considered. As far as the sugar content, it does have a tiny bit of sugar. There's a lot of different flavors. It's readily available. You can get it online. You can go to your CVS, Duane Reade pharmacy, all that stuff. It's usually in supermarkets too, in the supplement aisle, definitely in Whole Foods, different supermarkets like that. And just use the Yuka app as well to scan things. It doesn't always register, what's it called, supplements and vitamins and things like that. But again, just try to go for low sugar. So the ones that we are familiar with, like Pedialyte, that's no good. Like those things are loaded with sugar. Maybe in an emergency, and if you're like having a diabetic, situation, that might help. But yes, this is a good choice. And I said, Sister Tawanda, is that correct? Yes.
Before you go there, I want to talk a little bit about before you go into the questions, I want to go a little bit to the, remember when we talked a little bit about the Yellowstone volcano that is in Wyoming. I think it's in Wyoming or it's in Montana, but I know that this is a point that we should be prepared for because it's coming even though we're not even thinking about it. But this volcano is about ready to erupt. That will take out Montana, Idaho, and Wyoming. And those are 3 states that we know about. But this is something that we need to prepare for with regard to this volcano because we know this is coming in this particular area, and we don't know how it's going to spread. They say it happens every 600 years, but this is a problem, and that we have to prepare for this. I know what the Quran says, and I just want to say in Surah 80, ayah 26, it says, that
we can't hear you.
What is talking about is that these astronauts that just went up is either going up to the moon, but when they have to come back into the Earth atmosphere, there was 5,000 degree Fahrenheit of heat that causes. So Allah has put a protection around the Earth so no foreign could enter without being destroyed. So what about that?
Thank you, Uncle Imam Shamsuddin. I used to call you Uncle Ismail. I'm just calling you Uncle Ismail. Can y'all hear me still? You can hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just making sure. Okay, so I'm going to share something because that, along with 100 other things, like the stability or instability of our of our economy, of wars going on, prices going up, computer systems, AI, all these companies using up the world's fresh water supplies. There's some basic things that we should have for a 3-day to 2-week supply. In a go bag, like where you got to go out your house, you just pick up this bag by your door that has what you need in it, or a situation where you may need to shelter in place. So let's go through some of the essentials. So food and hydration. So you need to prioritize non-perishable foods. What's that? The ones that require no refrigeration, because if there's no electricity, how are you going to refrigerate it, right? So there's your excuse to eat your ice cream real quick if you need to, like, because first thing I'm going for if lights go off is the ice cream. I'm not letting it melt. Little to no preparation. So yeah, anything that has little to no preparation and minimal water, these type of things. And so ready to eat proteins. Proteins are your most important nutrient source. You got 3 macronutrients. You got proteins, carbohydrates, and fats. Proteins are the building blocks of life and your body. You're gonna need that. And fats as well. Again, a common misconception is that fat makes you fat, but no, fat does not make the I could talk about this for hours, but to say it in 2 sentences is this. Sentence one, fat does not make you fat, especially healthy fats like avocado and things like that. Olive oil. Fat does not make you fat. Statement number 2, sugar makes you fat. Okay, what do I mean? Too much sugar, whether it's in juices, sodas, candy, rice, starches, carbohydrates, make you fat. We're gonna say rice, bread, all these sorts of things, even too much fruit juice, sugar in all its forms make you fat, not fat. Okay, so let's just get that moving on. So what are these ready to eat proteins? So we're talking about canned stuff like canned meat, tuna, chicken, salmon, jerky, peanut butter. Peanut butter is really good. Canned beans. Peanut butter is a real good source of fat and protein and ready to go. And it got carbs. Carbs are not necessarily bad. It's just how you use them and if you're going to burn them or not. Because if you're just sitting around eating chips and stuff and all day, then you're not doing, it's not going to help you. If you're an athlete, notice why the athletes and they load up on the pasta and stuff because they're burning it off, right? We're not necessarily sitting around and just burning it off unless you have that kind of metabolism. So high energy snacks, trail mix, granola, dried fruits, etc. Because these all last longer, right? You're not going to be like, well, I'm going to stock up on fresh strawberries. Okay, you're going to stock up for what, 4 days? And then, no, dry things, even freeze dried. The staples for water is 1 gallon of water per person per day for drinking and sanitation. All right, so that is not clear. That means 2 gallons per person per day because you need 1 gallon for yourself to drink. I'm talking about even if you have little kids, have them have 1 gallon and also 1 gallon for sanitation, right? Because you still need water to cook. You still need water to clean yourself. So the 1 gallon is to drink and the other 1 gallon is for hydration and preparation purposes. So kitchen tools, etc. You got that. So now we're on to energy and power sources. What do we use for that? Now, portable power things like a lot of us have these mobile chargers for our phone and stuff. Those sort of things. These things that jump your car. The car cables, the little unit. We have generators, gas and propane and diesel generators, things like that. You have solar charging units. You have lighting and batteries. So like flashlights, I have a flashlight by my bed, like different things like that. And headlamps and battery powered lanterns. And even if you're feeling like a workout, then hand crank models that, you gotta crank it to use it. I always imagine it's like, okay, so like you're on the hand crank radio or whatever, you talk like crank, crank, crank. All right, everybody, we got an emergency. You got tired and like, oh, we can't hear you. Okay, crank, crank, crank. I'm at this address. Crank, crank, crank. Anyway, get some batteries is what I'm trying to say. Communications, information. So emergency radio, like I said, the hand crank or battery powered. All right. One, they got satellite, like Garmin is a good company that deals with satellite communications and geolocation, so people can find you. They have watches. I use when I go hiking. We have that. It's emergency whistles, navigation. So you need a physical map, right? And you also need a compass. Learn how to use that. And of course, critical health and safety. Have first aid kit. Basic first aid kit has bandages, antiseptic, and pain relievers. So ibuprofen, aspirin, Tylenol. Have that, because even if you don't need it, maybe somebody else needs it. Somebody who could actually help you. Like this person, they got they know the right people we need to know, but they don't have no medication. Like they don't have no painkillers and they're in pain. I'm gonna trade you my painkillers for the information we need or for the transportation we need. Like you need to stock up on things just because that was our original form of transaction as human beings, was bartering before we had money and everything else. So personal documents, of course, copies of all your IDs and insurance and things like that. Put it in a waterproof container and backup copies in your go bag, such as your passport, ID, will, different things like that. You just want to have a copy of it in the bag. You don't need the original, but the copy. And cash, of course, I would recommend $500 of cash to run out if you need to run out the door, at least that much. And let's just stop there and go to
Yeah.
questions.
So you're saying that this information is about an emergency in case that we have to pick up and get out because of the situation at hand. If it's
Yes.
like a flood or whatever the case may be, these are some of the things that we need to do in order for us to prepare ourselves.
Yes, and I'm saying that like they say, you don't want to learn how to fight when you're in a fight. You don't want to learn how to deal with an emergency when you're in an emergency, right?
Okay.
So
All right. So let me ask. So what about this volcano? So this is part of the structure that we need to put, especially about the medication. Those who have prescriptions, they should have at least at least 90 days of supply when they order their prescriptions. They should keep a certain amount available so they don't run out.
and you should know the prescriptions of the people in your household. If you don't know, have them write out a list for you and text it to you, email it to you, and print it out and keep that with you. Because what if they're unconscious and they can't say? It's like, I know it was something about, it was something, they were either allergic to it or they needed it. And he's like, you don't, because people are allergic to medications too. So we need to know what the medication that people are allergic to in your household and the ones that they need to function. So
Okay,
yeah, that's
so we're pretty well finished here with
Brother
regard.
Naeem, there are 2 points that were brought to my attention while you were speaking. Going back to the sun, exposure to the sun, it was brought to my attention that looking directly at the sun may be harmful. So if you are in the sunlight, be careful not to look directly into the sunlight, as it may damage your eyes. Is that correct?
yeah, that last time I looked at the sun, yeah, it hurt. no, but you shouldn't be looking at the sun. Just like anybody shines a light right in your eye or anything, you don't need to look directly into the sun. Your eyes, you will there's no need to do that. And also, Sister Najma, I believe, said in the chat, lemons are a good source of electrolytes, and she's right. And also, pink Himalayan salt as well. You can add that. So if you don't have the electrolyte packets, the manufactured ones, you can just always go to the natural source, which is lemons, limes, salt, not table salt, pink Himalayan salt, Celtic salt, those types of salt. And also, she asked, do you recommend having a safe and or a safe deposit box? Well, safe first, and also I'm sure Uncle Ismail and Eric, you can speak to this. Safe deposit box. I mean, if you can't get to the bank, there's no right.
Yeah.
But a safe in your own house, definitely, 100% have that.
Safe and a fireproof safe is important to keep your personal papers like your will, and that's the second point that I have. Writing a will, sometimes family members may contest what you may put in writing or who you leave as in charge of your affairs or your estate. Perhaps was recommended that whatever you put in writing to have notarized. Is that something that will help dispel any disputes later?
Yes. And what you said, sometimes family members may dispute. You could just tell yourself that when you die, family members will dispute things if you don't have it in writing. It's just that's why it's called a will, because they will dispute. I'm just making that up, but it was good though. Y'all can't say it wasn't good. Yeah, they will. There will be problems without a will, without a last will and testament. And you don't, as Uncle Ismail says, you don't want the state to sort out your things because it's going to take forever and it's not going to go the way anybody likes. So might as well be clear while you have the ability, you have the mental function and the life force to do it and to be clear. And even like I said, if you had to write it out by hand tonight and then later on go on a site or consult with someone about it, then or the freewill.com, then you can take your notes from there and polish it up. But make sure you have your two witnesses regardless. And the witnesses cannot be named in the will. They have to be two people who are not named in the will.
So can we go to the questions and then we'll conclude?
Yes, let's talk about questions.
Yeah.
Mama Deal, I don't know I don't know. I can't see the good audience. Can you help us with any questions?
Yes, sir.
Or concerns that the audience may have?
Yes, sir. We'll go by the order of hands. Those of you in the Zoom audience, if you have a question regarding business and technology, raise your hand and you'll be acknowledged by the show of hands. And those in the YouTube audience, if you have a question or comment, please enter it into the YouTube chat and we'll ask the question for you. All right, we'll start with Imam Anthony and then Sister Latifa.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for all that you're bringing here. One who lived through Mount St. Helens when it blew. Many people, many people had ignored it. They're crispy critters. A little facetious there, but they kept ignoring the warning. And there's two catastrophes that happen. One is that all your communication is gone. A lot of times, if you get your distance from there, because the heat, as you said, was tremendous. It burned everything for hundreds of miles, and actually that plume went around the world. The other was that we went down to Katrina and talked to the extension agents there and how all communication was lost. And that, again, when the warning comes, don't think that you can, even though there are those who lived through the flood and things, but all that storm. So take heed to warnings. You may not get that chance to prepare or even to leave. So you gotta look at what the situation, whether you can stay in place or you need to leave. There's a whole lot going on that you really have to start, as it was said, plan it out ahead of time when whichever thing happens. So just from personal experience there. We were in place I was 400 miles away from St. Helens, and we were in place for 3 days. It couldn't go anywhere because of the darkness and the ash. A good thing my friend's widow had, because of visiting a friend who's had deceased, and then she had enough in there for her family and my family for 3 days. But everything shuts down, no communication. It's but don't if you're near a volcano, you want to get away if you can.
Thank you, my brother. Okay.
Thank you, Ma'am Anthony.
Yes.
Next, we have Sister Latifa, then Sister Tawhida.
Assalamu alaikum. And when you're writing your will, anything in value that you have that can increase or decrease in value, such as your investments and all, don't write in there an amount that you're leaving, but the percentage, because the amount when you write the will may be different when you pass away.
Thank you, Sister Latifa.
Thank you, sister. Yeah.
Any other
She
pointers?
knows because she's in the business, so that's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
Sister Tawhida, then Brother Muhammad Sharif.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum. I don't know if what I'm asking has anything to do with this. You said technology, and I've been walking around busy with children, so I wanted to ask a question about AI, artificial intelligence. Does that have anything to do with what we're talking about? I don't want to waste nobody's time.
It does, and it's going to have more to do with more things that you're dealing with on a day-to-day basis. I'm sure you've called into, a company or a bank or even a subscription service to talk to somebody, and you don't get a person, like you get you get a robot, or you get just even the chat. They tell you, oh, go and chat with us, and it's not a person you're chatting with. And if it is, then they'll tell you, oh, we're directing you to someone to oversee your case or what have you. So my question is, what exactly, Sister Tawhida, did you want clarity around with the AI?
I just want to
situation?
know how much you could even trust you getting the right information, how you can even, how would you know? How can you check up on that? I know I had text something that I was told was AI, and before I could even get it all finished, it was returning a response like someone was reading my text. So I was just wondering, is that how it works that fast? How can you trust it, and how you know that it's not coming from someone?
Well, the thing is, you should not trust it. It's a tool, but it says it right there. It's open to error, it's called a hallucination. Like even if before you finish your question to it, it'll start generating an answer, because the programmers that they created it to be very, what do you call it? Sycophantish, like to appease, to make you like it, to just give you answers that you like, even if it's not true, and it'll make up stuff sometimes. And yeah, it's getting better, it's getting more accurate, but trained on whose data? Like who's the one that's telling it what the right answer is, in terms of what's the latest research? Are you looking at the research based on Reddit? Or are you looking at Google Scholar? Are you looking at academic and scientific journals? Or are you looking at feeds on the internet from what people are saying on X and Twitter and whatever? You have to be very
Do
cautious.
the research and due diligence.
Yeah, do you go and check, find a human who's an expert in the field to.
Hey, Naeem, I have a perspective, if you don't mind.
Yes,
Think,
please.
think of that AI as the nosiest person, just that's all in your business, want to know everything you're doing and all about. And when you go to that person and you hear that gossip coming out their mouth, they surprisingly they know a lot about a lot of people and a lot of things that you consider is really none of their business. But then crank that up a million times with AI. His hearing is better than the most intelligent dog's ears or eyes. His nose can smell things that you wouldn't imagine. You wouldn't be able to see, hear, or smell, because is companies that are trolling. The more that they can hold your attention and your time and influence, the more influence they can have in your life, then they want that information. That information equals cash to them. So if they can influence your thinking without you even realize that they're influencing your thinking, and then because if they can influence your thinking, then they can influence your spending in the long run. So that's what it's all about. I've experienced things. These phones, these phones, you almost got you almost got to shut. Well, I think you can shut it off. You almost got to shut it off if you don't want it to listen. It's listening all the time because I see things coming up in places. I'm like, how is this coming up in reels? And I know that I didn't think this or say this except for this one time in this one place in a public area in front of these two people. And how is coming up the next day in my phone saying that, are you having trouble remembering names of people? I said, I have this thing. It's like I think it's a protection thing. I forget people's names. So I have to repeat their name over and over again. Sometimes I'll say their name. Oh, hey, Tony. Hey, Tony. You know, that's an easy name to remember. But I'll repeat their name until I know that I remembered it, or I'll say it in my mind until I know they remember it. Because I don't like to meet new people. I don't like to know new people because I'm extremely loyal. Once I know you and I befriend you and I remember your name, I'm a friend for life. I will sacrifice without thinking. And I don't want to be that way because that's reckless. That's kind of dangerous. So think of it as, you know how people used to think the FBI is listening, the police and everybody. Think of it as everybody and their mom, including the aliens on the Martians are listening. And know that you can't hide. If your phone is on, I think they can. My father used to suggest, he said, if the TV can see you one way, it'll
Yeah.
make you you can see things coming over. This is when he was younger because TV came out when he was alive when there was no TV. So that I'm sure that perplexed his intellect to think, you know, they probably can see us every time the TV's on. So we don't know who's looking and listening. Just know
That's
you
right.
today, you are not alone. Your life is an open book. Even what you think is private is no longer private.
Right.
And don't try to you lose your mind trying to privatize your life. You have to do like those guys that go live in the mountains and reject modern life. So that's my opinion. I don't know what Naeem probably on the same page, but I'm not about to move into the mountains and live off the land. So
Right.
you know, if you like my business, hey, you can pay me. I'll show you some more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely trying to make money off of your business
Oh
and all
yeah.
like. So yes, definitely.
I
Wait,
bought
yeah.
most of the stuff I buy is because of AI. Because I was like, dang, I didn't know I needed that. I gotta have one of those. Yeah.
Brother Deal, go right ahead with the last question.
Mhm.
The next question is Brother Muhammad Sharif.
Oh, yes. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Now, Eric, my question is, over 30-some years ago, I went to a lawyer to drop a will. Asked him the question, can I go to the Quran? Because our book tells us how we can set up inheritance and requests. It's all in the Quran. And he said, yeah, I can write it up just like that. And he wrote my will up, but obviously I never had to use it. But what do you think about just writing a will or just leaving saying that what the Quran say everyone should get a specific portion? It's all there. What do you think about just doing a will that way?
Eric,
Eric, you're muted. Unmute.
you're muted, Eric. His actually not muted. We just can't hear you.
Okay. Well, Naeem, go ahead. You can answer it.
Well, I know that we have free will, and I would recommend, well, I would want you to do what makes the most sense to you with the knowledge of how the law works. So you can say you leave something to someone and then do it wrong and not follow the procedure of the laws that are operate in your state and in this country, and it still go into probate or go to the state or not go to who it's supposed to go to. So I would say do what you choose to do, but know that you're going to need to write it in a certain format. You're going to need 2 witnesses. You're going to need to sign and date it. You're going to need to put this information on it, and then do what you choose to do with it. Just make sure that the procedure that the law states is proper.
I like what Sister Isla said. Say 100%. 100% of my whatever my Chevy Cavalier goes to XYZ. 100% of my antique Voss or whatever I got, or this my Yadro collection or whatever, go 100% goes, or else they're gonna fight over it. You got use that 100% thing, and most of us don't have cash and assets. Well, this is America. Let's be real. Most of the stuff you think have value, it ain't valuable if it ain't cash to the person you're gonna leave it to. They want to sell it. They want to, and I can see it now. I don't even care about my cash. I'm like, don't put my stuff in a dumpster. You know what? I'm gonna make them promise they're gonna have a garage sale or something. Don't throw it away. They're gonna throw all your stuff away, brother. You just don't know
The
it.
family members are the biggest problem that you're going to run into with regard to wills and whatever estate. So we have to you have to protect yourself, especially when you're not when you're in position. So the key is do it now while you have your common sense, and put everything and document. Not only just have a will, but you need to register it. So you need to register it with the county or the state or wherever you're at. So this way it becomes part of the law, not just somebody writing something and putting it in the safe and get it notarized. No, you should register it with the state that you live in. So this way, you have some protection as well based on what your desire is. When your demise come forth. So. That's where we are.
Imam Ishmael, what you said about Yellowstone, I don't think people are hearing what we're saying. We're gonna be caught off guard if that happens. And it's scientifically, it's something that could happen. It could change the life of the entire planet Earth, really.
Yes.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, it says that people are not even thinking about this. This is why we're bringing it up.
Because you'll be terrified if you knew the seriousness of it. This ain't no normal volcano. This is like if a state was a volcano itself. It's millions and millions of megatons, trillions of tons of hot boiling magma sitting close to the surface, waiting to explode.
Explode. And once it does,
it's scary as all heck. You got to believe in God. If you don't believe in God, you better start praying.
That's why we brought it up, because we wanted to bring it to the surface.
I've been listening too. I've heard about it. They've been talking about it for years. They've been talking about it for years. You got to watch the right programs.
But it's right now. It's quiet, but it can happen at any day, at any time, at anywhere. And it's going to affect all of us, regardless of where you are.
It's prophesized. One of the signs of the end of times, Imam Muhammad spoke about this like a couple of years, but he might have done it more than a couple of years before he died. He said that the earth the weathers and stuff is going to change. It's going to be extreme. Everything is going to be more extreme. And he said the earth will behave as though it's master, or though God has revealed to her. As though God has revealed to her. So what greater revelation is that Yellowstone?
Well, the Quran has it here.
Yes.
Into fragments. We have split that. This is Surah 80, ayat 26.
Okay. Now, when you speak, read it. If you got to turn your head and read it, but speak it this way, because we're not hearing you when you speak in that way. Okay.
It says, and we split the earth into fragments.
Mm-hmm.
This is what Allah says.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's what you said earlier. Well, I don't think we heard you earlier because you were speaking in that direction.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Thank you.
But they're talking about splitting the earth into fragments. So we're talking about this volcano. He's talking about, he's giving you all of the signs.
All
And
of the signs.
so we're reading it and just we're going on to the next ayah and not even paying attention to the scripture and what is really directed our thinking and our attitude and our behavior in that direction so that we understand. But I know that there are 3 states that will be affected immediately, which is Montana, Idaho, and Wyoming. Those 3 states, because it sits in that particular vicinity. And if it's explode, we don't know where it's going.
One thing it's going to do is going to block the sky for many, many more, probably 10 times that area.
Yes.
And so it's going to, we could go, we could go into a deep freeze.
It says you don't know the season.
Yeah, and we could go into a deep freeze.
Yes, that's exactly what it says. Yeah. So pay attention, please.
Yes.
Okay, I think Imam Adil Muhammad, I think we're done. We're
There's
going
one more thing
to turn it back to in your hands and hope that the audience pay attention to what we're bringing, because we're bringing you information that will bring about changing your life and either for the better or give you some areas where you can take precaution.
Thank you, Brother Imam. Thank you, Brother Imam. And also, I apologize for the audio problems. I did want to bring to Naeem that the question with artificial intelligence is not just listed to the computers. I did see that artificial intelligence is listed within our cars. I thought I saw a Waymo car on the underneath the West Side Highway. We do know that artificial intelligence is in the trucks that we drive. That was on a news article quite some time ago. They're in our transportation system. I believe that they drive a lot of our underground transit systems. I know in DC and in Atlanta that artificial intelligence is in there. So AI is not just listed to our computers. So we must be careful and be very wary about the things that are going on. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, even in our glasses.
And Naeem said he had a comment he wants to make. I'm curious. I want to hear it. Yeah.
Well, it was just back to the will thing that sometimes you have people, close heirs like children or what have you, that you want to disinherit. Or maybe let's say you have 4 kids and there's 2 that you want to give something to and 2 that you don't. You can't just leave them out, at least in New York State. I know you can't just leave them out because that opens up room for them to contest it. You have to specifically declare in the language that you disinherit them, that you say, okay, well, I am making no provision for this child, number 1, number 2, and I'm doing so intentionally and with full understanding, and I am leaving 50% to this one, 50% to that one, right? So that makes it very clear, and then they can't just say, oh, well, you know, they just forgot to put me, or, you know, whatever, somebody took my name out. It's like, no, they put you and said that they don't want you to have anything. So just remember that as well when we're talking about
and especially when you coming from the American culture. We have a lot of young people that are not successful in their lives. They might have a brother or a sister that's very successful that has paid, can support their own self financially, but that other one, they'll be waiting on you to die. that's their bank account.
Too long. In some cases, they tell you you're living too long.
But that's a lot. See, we have to follow Allah's plan. You know, we plan, but Allah's the best to plan. So they can wait. That's why I tell people all the time. I say, you waiting on me to die. Not my children. I'm just saying. I say, don't be waiting on me to get sick. I ain't sick. You see me sick? In my mind, that's my downfall. I think I'm gonna live forever. I probably do need to write a will because I plan on being here. And I
I
plan
hear
on outliving everybody else that don't want me to be here. That's my plan. That's my goal. That's it. It's shallow, but it's it. I'm
we
gonna
support
outlive all them suckers.
we support it, brother, man.
Praise be
And
to Allah.
I believe
Excellent,
Hey,
excellent.
brother, brother,
And
Amakio,
you know what
we're done.
fits perfectly in this 16-ounce bottle?
let me
Naeem?
get
Go ahead.
electrolyte.
Yes, sir. I just break it in half and drop one half and drop the other half.
That's right.
Now that has the power almost of sugar. If you're not drinking electrolyte water, you need to, because you know how if you don't drink sugar and you accidentally pick up an orange soda, so I like orange soda. You actually pick up an orange soda and take a sip and be like, "Oh my God, this is delicious." I forget how delicious orange soda was. The electrolyte gives you that same boost, and there's
Yeah.
no sugar in it. 1%, that's not sugar. That
Yes.
you can't even call that sugar.
Coconut
No,
water.
It's not even 1%. It's like point something.
it's like 1 gram, and the average person should have between 25 and
And it's
30
a
grams of sugar.
16 ounces. They
Yeah,
they
you can put.
each tablet, 16
Coconut
ounces.
water.
You
Mhm.
ready for me to give you the most pettiest piece of life-changing information for the water? If
Okay.
you like orange soda, and you like
Oh, don't
electrolytes,
tell me
get
how to
you.
make orange soda. Okay.
I'm about to tell
I'm
you.
gonna do
All
it
right,
tonight.
this is just between me and you, but everybody else
Okay.
can listen.
Okay. Yeah. Y'all put your fingers in. Oh,
So,
y'all listen. Okay. I thought it
so
was a
get
secret. We was gonna get some money off of this. Okay.
seltzer water from like
Yeah.
regular from the store, like
Yeah.
regular. No, it doesn't
Oh,
even.
my daughter gets Perrier's and she be
Yeah,
putting stuff. I'm like, what you doing with all them Perrier? I'm gonna stop buying them. I'm like, yeah,
yeah.
she puts something in them. I don't know what she be putting in them. Probably.
You need to put that in it because that when you put the
So put
electrolyte in there and you let it dissolve, it tastes like soda.
Coconut water.
the electrolyte.
Into the Perrier and then make it. The only thing is if you put it in, it's gonna explode like a volcano. So you gotta like drink some down and then put it
Yeah,
in.
yeah, yeah. You know what I like to do? I like to put my Perrier. Now you can't do this with the glass bottles. I like to put it in the freezer, and then when
Oh,
it gets just on the brink about to freeze, you open it and it turns to a slushy. It's crazy.
I
Believe me, it
need
it
to
it works. You probably done it
Assalamualaikum.
before.
try that. I'm gonna try
And
that.
the sister mentioned coconut water. I do that with my coconut water, and I squeeze some. I have fresh lime juice in them. You can buy fresh lime juice, and I put a little lime juice. It is so good in the coconut. Yeah, and it's a slushy.
Assalamualaikum.
Go ahead, sister.
I'm in cool.
This is Tawanda.
Tawanda, I got your voice here, and I was so happy to hear your voice. I hadn't heard your voice in a while. So you moved, and alhamdulillah, we're glad to hear um that you're doing well.
I'm doing good, thank Allah.
Mhm.
I just want to say when I went to Hawaii, this old man, I didn't know him from Adam Eve, but he told me to drink coconut water every day. That's good for your heart. Pure coconut water. That's what we drink, either spring water or coconut water. But the brother did mention something that he was saying about the volcanoes. And you mentioned something about warnings. And Allah says, watch my or listen to my clear signs. So I got up and I'm now getting all my stuff together because it's been on my mind for a long time to put everything in a bag and have it ready just in case.
Yes.
Just in case. So now I'm up right now, going through my closet right now, get my straws for the water. Because when me and my daughter was invited to a one day with the Girl Scout, just one day camping, I had enough water for everybody because a lot of the parents that was sending their children off with nothing, no blankets, no nothing. I had blankets and I had a suitcase full of water. I had matches wrapped up in a bag just in case. I didn't care where we went, but I didn't sleep for a while because I was the patrol. I made sure that we was all safe. And where we was at, we was in Montclair, New Jersey, but it get real dark out there. and the back of the building, they didn't have a lock on the door, so I was just being prepared just in case. And when the
And
brother
and
mentioned,
you'd be surprised how easy it is to capture water. I wouldn't capture water from a gutter or off of a steel object, but if you keep a tarp, like those what they put
hmm
down before they paint, keep that folded up in your house, and you can put it in a chair. These little lawn chairs we have, those little plastic chairs. Believe it or not, if you can have it angled, those chairs are like buckets. Like my lawn chair, I bought a tarp for my backyard table
yep,
that's too big for the table by accident. That sucker was full. I got like a good 40 because the six chairs around it. Might have been 50 gallons of water. I've been watering, I'm still watering my houseplants with it.
yeah, you get water from the atmosphere.
Yeah, because the tap water ain't good for my houseplants, I don't think. So
Nah,
yeah, but yeah, the rainwater is and yeah, there's so many things you could get. Water essential, and then a little bit some proteins and maybe some dehydrated vegetables. Yeah.
and you
I
know what I
got
was.
those filters. That's a straw. That's a purifying straw. Is that a straw or that's
Yeah.
electrolyte?
No, I
No,
have
this
a
is
store.
sure.
I have
That's a
six
purifier,
stores.
right?
You can
Yeah.
put in
Yeah.
One day I'm gonna show y'all my duffel bag. I think it's a 250 gallon
Got
water bladder.
the door right here.
Oh,
I
yeah,
have a I have
mine's
portable stoves
yeah,
too.
y'all might change your opinion about me if you knew what I got. I got everything. I could do surgery. I got needles and thread and neosporin, aspirins, mercurochrome, and it's all in one bag.
Yeah,
So if I ever, my bag is intention if so, for some reason, because if something makes your house inhabitable, most likely you need to move to an area that's more open and less chaotic. So I got a bag that I could take and I could go survive in the forest if I needed to. I don't ever want to do it because I probably wouldn't last 2 days, but I got what I need. So
Yeah.
alhamdulillah. Yeah.
I have portable lights that you can get the sun to
Yeah. Yeah. I bought one of
power
those.
the lamps.
It broke in the
Yeah,
mail. Yeah, you could cook on everything. It's so much stuff, but I would stick to the essentials, the dehydrated foods. The dehydrated foods and water. That's what you need to survive. And some shelter. So I got some tarps and some paracord rope. So if I need to pitch a tent and capture water off of my tent, I can do that and eat dehydrated food until I'm rescued. That ain't going. I'm in Chicago. I'm in one of the best place. You got Lake Michigan, man. I just drive to the lake and take my fishing rod and pinch me a tent by the lake somewhere.
I
Uh,
butterfish too. Go ahead, brother. That's
yeah,
right.
we
All
can live
right.
off fish.
That's right.
Mhm. All
Deal,
right.
we're done.
Um, I think we've brother
Yeah.
Deal. I think that we've taken the time from the mosque here. I'd like to thank you and Imam Warith II for allowing us the time to be with us. And as always, um, Allah willing, we'll be back with you next month, inshallah. We would
Yes,
like
sir.
to turn the program back over to the Mosque Cares Ministry of Imam Muhammad and Imam Adil. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Appreciate you all. Excellent program, excellent information, invaluable. And hey, don't keep this information to yourself. Share it with someone that you know needs it and values it. I always say we should always befriend or at least keep in contact or be able to contact people less fortunate than us. Because believe it or not, most of us are spoiled. If we find people that are more in need and than we are, you can trust a lot of things to that because once you're gone, you can't do nothing with your possessions. So we can trust people that may need our things to actually put them to good use, like when we donate to the Salvation Army or some of these other Red Cross or these places that accept your valuables. Because one man's junk can be another man's savior, save his life. Okay. So ideal.
Yes,
Um,
sir.
yeah,
Again, thank
so
we thank the business and technology presentation presented by Imam Ismail, Eric Shamsuddin, along with brother Naeem Najib. Uh, this is the May First Sunday Community Program. We thank you all for joining us. We've had the Muslim Health Consortium presentation. You've had the Business and Technology. And now we'll have comments from Imam Warathuddin Muhammad II, the leader and president of the Mosque Cares, the ministry of Imam Warathuddin Muhammad, who will then be followed by Imam Alfred Muhammad, who is on. So at this time, Brother Imam, we're going to turn it over to
Allahu
you.
Akbar. Great. That's what I was I meant to hit you about 10 minutes ago to let Brother Alfred know. I know we kind of late in the time, although we had some extra time, but we burnt that up. So I'm gonna be brief and pass it right over to our Imam Alfred Muhammad. But first, what did I want to say? Oh, that this information it's more dire than we could imagine. I know we trust sometimes, faith can get you through things, but Allah gave us the human intellect. I was watching a little commercial, and this person had expounded upon what Allah says to us in the Holy Quran and in the Bible, that He breathed into man and you became a living spirit, you're a creature. He breathed something of His and most of us know in Arabic is Rah, and you have to let breath out to say Rah, that He breathed into the nose of man. And I'm sure there's some deep wisdom and symbolism in that also, that many scholars probably can expound upon, and even maybe write a whole khutbah on just that topic. But yeah, so the commercial, what I saw, the brother had explained that what do you lose when you lose your breath? The first thing you lose is consciousness. So the spirit of Allah is what He says in the Bible and the Quran, that you became a living creature, you became conscious. So there's no other creature like us on earth. So we have to use our minds to change our situation. My father said this, and my father, I wish he had said it. I guess he was trying to leave some meat on the bone for me. And maybe he intended, I was like, Dad, don't put that much faith in me, man. I don't be knowing, man. I wish I could have told him, don't be leaving meat on the bone for me. Give it to us. So when he said that, that what did he say? Nah, I done played too much and lost the focus. The focus is on the spirit of God. What Allah said, what He said, what's most important. Imam said the greatest gift, that's the term he used. He said the greatest gift that God gave to man, and I'm paraphrasing, he said, you probably think it's your heart. Because some of y'all got some big, good heart. He said, and the human heart is capable of taking in the whole world, the universe. He said, because that's why Allah revealed the Quran on Muhammad's heart, because his heart had the capacity to carry that heavy, heavy word, that knowledge that carried the weight of the universe. You see, but his intellect wasn't capable of doing it. But so Imam said, don't think because you got a good heart, brother, that your heart is the greatest gift that God gave you. He said, all you have to do is look around you. Everything that you see that man has changed and influenced the environment, the water, the air, all the buildings. You can't look. You can't spin around. They drop you anywhere on the planet Earth, and you think you looking at the natural Earth as God left it. You looking at something that came out the intellect of the human mind. So the human mind is the gift that gives and never stops giving. It brought us out of the caves and out of the running and hiding from animals and from disease and death. And it took us off the planet Earth. So your human intellect and our situation as African American people, I never accept that we're behind or lack or like with some inferior creation or something. But that's just ignorant racism. Never buy into that BS. That's a bunch of garbage. That's a crock of mess that we're somehow inferior. But we have been separated from what culture, what mothers and fathers and grandfathers and generations and tribes and nations pass on as a benefit for us to benefit from in the future. So we lack, but we ain't that far behind. All we have to do is come together and make sure that our life efforts benefit someone else close to you. namely your family, your community, your people, your Muslim brother and sister. When we start doing that, our situation won't be one, it'll be a small situation because the laws has already been changed. The chains has been taken off of us. But this is what we should know. Stop crying over spilled milk. What we should know about the same people that enslaved us, they see themselves as the lords and the kings and the power. They even say it, the vicegerent on earth or the caliph or the ruler. They actually think that their responsibility is to manage Allah's creation while they on earth. So they problem is still the same problem, is that we conquered the land. Y'all know how great warriors, how great America's still the biggest superpower. They still conquering lands. We own the land. We know how to get control of the land, seize it, and then also we know we have the sciences to bring out of the earth that which is going to benefit us the most. The only problem, the only obstacle in their way is these human beings walking the earth that think that they deserve a share. So AI is their attempt to make you a non-essential or no longer a problem or issue that they have to worry about. So the more they can manage us, the more they can uh uh control us, put us, control us, manage us. And they need knowledge to manage a human being, a chicken or a duck or a cow. All you need to know is what they need to live and be happy until slaughter. But the human being don't want to be slaughtered. So they have to manage us more intensively. They have to micromanage us. And AI is one of they dancing. They so happy they got that AI. They so happy they could be in your business. But I'm here to remind them that you plan, but has your plan ever defeated Allah's plan? Just ask yourself that question while you're trying to manage humanity in place of God. And we do believe in Allah. We believe in the supreme Lord that doesn't rest and doesn't tire. He doesn't fatigue, wasn't born, and will not die. So we believe, and not just with our hearts, we believe with our human intelligence. So, get on the right foot, brother, or Allah's reality is going to catch up with you. And it's catching up with him every day. you know, all that Yellowstone ain't going to blow. That's what they saying. I hope it don't. But the person that sees himself as above and as an equal to God's creation, God said, don't think yourself a bigger matter than the creation of the heavens and the earth. Allah said He gonna erase it all one day. So we know this and we believe this. We just hope that the people in power will stop living in a delusional world and a delusional life and keep these technologies in check the way the caveman kept fire in check. He didn't let it burn his house down. So let's pray that we don't burn ours down with this technology. And I'm not worried about it. I know it's going to benefit us more than anything. All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate everyone for joining this program and listening to me speak for the few minutes that I did. And I hope that because I'm a strong believer in knowledge that isn't shared is useless knowledge. Because if I got it, if it had some use, I should have already benefited from it. If I really want to benefit from it, I'm going to share it. So that's what we're here to do today and always with the Mosque Cares, inshallah. And at this time, I'm going to greet everyone with the greetings of peace and turn it over to Imam Adil. And we can get to our keynote speaker for the evening, Imam Alfred Muhammad. I don't know if Adil heard me, but I
Yes,
can
sir.
see Alfred. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Allahu Akbar.
Thank you, brother Iman, for those words and those comments. And it was a lot. That was brief, but it was a lot that was
Yeah,
said there.
forgive me.
You
We
know, but
recording, right? We
yeah,
recording.
that's why I was
Okay,
going to
all
refer
right.
people to please go back and hear Imam Muhammad's comments from throughout this program and the rest of our presenters. Even after this is over, you can go back on YouTube and rewind and listen and also share this information. There was a lot of great information and excellent information shared here today on this May 1st Sunday. So as Imam Muhammad mentioned, that we're going to now turn it over to our last presenter, who is our featured guest presenter of this evening, which will be Imam Alfred Muhammad.
Assalamu alaikum to my beloved leader and teacher and guide, Imam Warathin Muhammad II, the rightful successful to Imam Warathin Muhammad I. A young man I have observed, I think, from the first Ramadan that we ever did, and I so happened to have been in Chicago. And I heard Imam I say that my son is fasting. And I said, wow, what kind of, I was awed by that. And I have had the opportunity to study the Muhammad family from the oldest of the like Muhammad's children to the youngest of the children, and knew I've been in the company of Sister Clara Muhammad, and obviously been in the company of Imam Warathin Muhammad. When I got the call from a deal, I said, I was planning to speak in my birth month, but Allah is best know I'm always ready to speak before this audience. Some think I'm anxious to speak, but I want to make sure I have something to prepare. I respect an audience, so I let them come talk off the top of my head despite what some of you think. Our topic this week is this week because I'm presenting at the University of Chicago and sort of presentation of my master's thesis, which will be on Dr. Benjamin Elijah Mays, Dr. Howard Washington Thurman, and Imam Warathin Muhammad. It's called Towards the World House, an ethical inquiry into the lives of 3 African-American leaders. And I will, before going into the heart of that address, but my address is this: goodness is on the rise. What we don't want to get into is despair. I'm in a class with, Christians, Muslims, and Jews as I work on my doctorate. And I just had to tell the people, I don't care who is the president of the United States. Look, we survived the worst. My grandmother was a slave, and I knew her. She was born in Appomattox County, Virginia. I was born in Lynchburg, Virginia. I've seen some dark days in America. And I'm going to reiterate, goodness is on the rise. I'm going to state that. If you go to my Facebook page, you'll see the Zoom link where you can see my presentation at the University of Chicago. But I want to say this: goodness is on the rise. And I also want to say we have a very excellent leader. And I remember May the 30th, 2008, a sister asked Imam Muhammad, what happens if something happens to you? He said, you'll get a young man just like me. And I'm a witness bearer that Imam Warathin Muhammad is a man just like Imam Muhammad. His father knew it, and Sister Claire certainly knew it. Why I have to tell this to you? I need to situate you so you can appreciate your leader. The Psalm, when I first started around the ministry, they would call him Wallace. And then I was invited to an event because I was in exile by the imams of this community. They had bad-mouthed me so I couldn't get any place to speak. But I became a part of an interfaith group. And the interfaith group asked me to speak, and I didn't know the Secretary General of the United Nations, Michael Bloomberg, and all those persons. It was called Save the Planet. And I said, I'm not worthy to speak. I'm going to get my leader to speak. And we were invited. I looked on the invitation. I had left. I was with some impatient people. We got to get back to Jersey. But inside of the tent, it was Michael Bloomberg, the Secretary General of the United Nations. And at the first day, we were in an audience. President Gore was there. So I'd already passed word to President Gore that I would not be speaking, but Imam Tu would be speaking. And he recognized him in the audience. He said, I'm glad to have Imam Warathin Muhammad, Wallace Muhammad Jr. to be with us. Now I'm going to tell you, the big Caucasians of this country recognize leaders when they see them. And if we would be just sincere within our soul, don't go for these left-wing people or right-wing people. There was some even in our community, and I know some accuse me of being negative. No, I don't deliver negative or policies or speeches. I deliver the truth. And I urge you to accept the great blessings that Allah has bestowed upon you. after 400 years, Allah has bestowed to us and for us the greatest blessing offered to humanity, the understanding of even that which the Prophet Muhammad had given. If you remember a Ramadan session, Imam said he got a vision that he was under a tree. And there were a lot of hands under that tree. And his hand was directly under the Prophet Muhammad, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So that's why I don't take the back seat against anybody. I'm much more diplomatic than I used to be because I understand that. But I recognize when I was sent to Hajj by a hypocrite. You say, a hypocrite send you to Hajj. Well, this hypocrite wanted me to be out of my city. And by that time, they were able to work a scheme that, basically I wasn't qualified to lead. It's the people in Baltimore. And when I came back to the United States of America, I already felt that the masjid that I was the imam of was out of my reach, that I could no longer lead those people. So when I saw Imam Muhammad was, I must tell you, he was not a effusive hugger, but he grabbed me and hugged me. He said, I heard about you in Mecca. He said, but be careful. A lot of people don't like that. And then the top people in the Muslim world, I'm not naming in these countries because I spent time with all of them. And they don't want to see us rule. And they have worked their way into America. And some of you running around with sympathy for those people. But you should be sympathetic to this 40 million African Americans, and especially sensitive to those of us who follow Imam Warthin Muhammad. But let me tell you something. You're the smartest people on the face of the planet Earth, the most blessed people on the face of the planet Earth. And I said it with all sincerity because I'm not talking from ignorance. I'm talking from thoroughly studied. On Tuesday, I believe it's May the 5th, I will present my master's thesis and tell you sometime how slow you are. We've been beaten down so badly. I'm just gonna say this. I had a mother who was the daughter of a slave, and she grew to hate me. And this is not a knock on African American women. This is a fact. Some of you had blessed mothers, some of you didn't. I didn't. But the two of the blessed woman in my life was my sister, Ruth Swenson. She said to her bosom buddy, as she called it, she said, my brother, all I've known him wanting to do is preach. I'm going to fix him. And so I didn't know what that meant. I called the lawyer and I said, and this was after one of my nieces had tried to put me in jail because the housekeepers had stolen her property. But then I called the lawyer and said, what are we going to do about her borough? He said, I don't know why you're worried about that. Didn't you know she had a trust? And you are the lead person in the trust. The first revision was she left it to me and my children. The next revision was to my brother, Alfred Muhammad. And so I tell you this, and I want to say this to you also. So I'm not a physician, but I know a lot about medicine because I tell people my first love was medicine. My second love was law, and ministry came lastly. I didn't really want to be a minister. But the Imam told me one day, he said, he was taught by one particular leader in this association you all look up to, and I won't name him. He said, they should have brought you to me earlier. He said, because you could see that you're a religious genius. And I never thought of myself as a genius. I actually am a very insecure person because I had a mother who was a slave maker. Her job was to terrorize her son because I acted too much like my father, who was a freedom fighter. My father once noticed that I was in sort of a down state, sort of like when I got that call from Brother Adil. And he said, son, we have ruled once and we're going to rule again. And with that spirit, I began to study religion, never being satisfied. And Christianity was a fairly good preacher, pretty competent. Got to know the leading preachers of our time. J. Jackson of the Mount Olivet Baptist Church, Dr. Howard Washington. No, I didn't meet Dr. Thurman, but Dr. Benjamin Elijah Mays. I remember there was a snowstorm in Chicago. And I took a bus from 65th and 65th and Ridgeland, all the way down to the Palmer House to meet Dr. Mays. I just wanted to shake his hand. So when I met Imam Muhammad, I was talking about the various civil rights leaders. He was beginning to doubt me. Because you have to watch out. The man was very watchful. He trusted me innocently, but you also have to watch out. I say this to you in the community. Not everybody coming to our community is our friend. There are a lot of infiltrators. That's not being negative. That's being real. Not everybody that come to us who say, I believe in Imam Warith Muhammad is real. In fact, most of them who are very aggressive and get in positions and operate in a network that they promote each other. It's funny, a masjid be vacant, and this guy all of a sudden appears as the imam of the masjid because they have a succession plan. But anyway, I told him, man, we was talking about all the civil rights leaders. And when I mentioned to him that I love Dr. Mays, the imam said, you like Dr. Mays too? I said, yes, sir. And he almost leaped across the table. Those of you know, and I know Imam too knows, he was not very animated. When you talk to his leaders, he was just, low key. But he leaped across the table almost and said, you like Dr. Mays too? And I had been telling Dr. Imam, I said, I read Dr. Mays and another journal guy. We used to have black newspapers that brought the best of our minds to us. And we were fed by those great people. And I used to get the black newspaper every week and read it. And those newspapers was articles by Dr. Benjamin Elijah Mays. So on Tuesday, if you go to my Facebook page, I will be defending my thesis. Dr. Benjamin Elijah Mays, the first African American to get a PhD from the University of Chicago. And Dr. Mays had written his doctoral dissertation at the University of Chicago, which is no lightweight school. And he was writing about pagan origins in Christianity in 1933. Imagine the boldness of that man. And early on in his life, his father was walking down the road with young Benjamin, and a Caucasian, I would say a devil, made his father take off his hat and kneel at his feet, at the horse's feet. And then he said, nigga, y'all can go on. Now, why I say that? Because I think that one of the things we're going to launch very soon when we get some technical people to help us, I want to speak to us about our history, not to depress us, just to tell us how great we are. And then the next man I'm going to be in my thesis presentation was a man by the name of Benjamin Elijah Mays. He was never a Christian believing person. He didn't believe in paganism. He rejected it. And him and Dr. Mays became very close friends. He too was at Morehouse. And I think some of you all should have your children to look at Morehouse. Now, Morehouse is no longer the great institution it was. And that's because our young people have forgotten our historical Black institutions. And the next thing we have done, we have failed to donate money to those institutions. Now, as much as African Americans want to complain, I'm talking about rich African Americans. I don't know what y'all know. I know very rich African Americans. Not they have ever donated to me because they are locked up as fraternities and sororities. And they are pledged to keep the knowledge. And I didn't quite understand the man when he said that these fraternal organizations is the biggest block in this community. One of my children came to me, he was thinking about joining the fraternity. I said, no, you know what the fraternities and sororities are pledged to do? To block the truth. And they were the biggest opposers to Imam Warith Muhammad. The secret society, they were worse than the Black clergy. Because the Black clergy, in their quietest moment, knew that God had spoken through Imam Warith Muhammad. And we have a very, very wise strategist in Imam Warith Muhammad. And we have to make the message clear. We're not trying to convert people, but to share an understanding of what God has blessed us. Because what God has given us, that is Allah, it is for them. First and foremost. You all go and think you're going to impress some Indians or some Arabs, And I watched in 1968 when Adam Powell, I think it was 1965, Adam Cleveland Powell passed the immigration bill. You know, they were not allowed in this country. But just as we was rising, just as the intelligence report was coming out that the next leader of this community would be Imam Warid Muhammad. And they came to block the light of Imam Muhammad, and some of you run behind them, looking to them to guide you. They're most of them, and I said all of them, but I would say 99.9% of them don't mean you any good. They are looking to have you as a third colony. You know what a third colony is? If you don't know history, I'll explain to it. A third colony is a group that is among a people that doesn't mean that people are good. But I've spoken with some of the rich people of this country. In fact, I met a Caucasian in Arkansas. She was talking, she said, you know, if I were going to support anybody for president of the United States, it would be one of you all. I didn't ask her for that. But I'm telling you that we have to trust what we have been given. Also, I found out in my research that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's family, that family is from a ruling group in West Africa. So don't think these Caucasians brought over the worst. They brought the best. And they brought a lot of Uncle Toms who had also betrayed us. I want to say something before it slipped my mind. And I'm not a physician, but I have studied medicine. They have found that most African Americans that have cancer have a low dose of vitamin D. Now, your physician, I'm not here to talk to a Mahari trained physician. I know Dr. Ramadan when he was Michael Bush, but I know he's a physician. But I would tell you to go to your physician and ask them to give you vitamin D. Most African Americans, again, that have cancer, breast cancer in particular, it's because of the lack of vitamin C. We came from a country that vitamin D, rather. C is important, but D is important. And D is a fat-soluble substance. That means it cannot be absorbed in your stomach. The stomach will eat it up. But if it's given intravenously, actually it has to be given in your buttock or in your arms. I just wanted to tell you all that because you need to understand that traditional medicine has not been our friend. And I'm not talking about these people who run around trying to hustle you out of money to sell you some vitamins. That's what they do. We one well-known person. But we have to take care of our health, and we need to have meetings and social. We don't need to teach us all the time. We need to socialize more with each other and share with each other and invite our non-Muslim friends. Really, I say non-Muslim friends. I mean, I find most of our people who aren't in the mosque to be better friends of us than a lot of us in the mosque. Now, I know Imam too knows that. I have been with his father when we met non-Muslims. And I heard a big preacher in Philadelphia. I think he's passed. But anyway, he told Imam Muhammad, he said, Brother Imam, I've been heavily influenced by you. And of course, the Reverend Calvin Otis, but by God-given mercy, has said, he said, I wish I was strong enough. I would have been a Muslim. And every time Imam Muhammad would come to New York City, he made it his business to sit on the podium with him. And he promised Imam before he passed that he would invite him to the Abyssinian church. Now, I know some other people got in the way of that, but they, you know, let's love our Christian friends. Let's share with them. I'm in a seminary studying for my doctorate in ministry, and I'm with a group of African Americans I don't necessarily agree with. I don't have to tell you, I'm not going to name those groups, but you know those groups. They don't believe like we believe. They believe in God, but they understand God to be the God of the LGTB plus community. And I don't bother them. I share with them my love for them. Doesn't mean I love their behavior or sanction it. But we have to show love to our people and have mercy on them, especially our people. But I'm actually finding that many of the Caucasians of America has good wishes to us. And that's why our topic is goodness is on the rise. That's why I believe, and Imam Tu can correct me, Imam Muhammad chose his title, Muslim American spokesman for human salvation. Though he was a Muslim, his work was for all people. And I have been in Imam Muhammad's company with some great, great religious leaders. One of them surprised me because he's from one of the traditional groups that fought wars of slavery. But a Jewish lady called him Dr. Muhammad. He said, no, I'm not a doctor. She said, look, I am a doctor. And when a doctor calls you a doctor, you have to listen. She said, you know, you are the greatest man I've ever met. Now, this lady is a lady that founded some great Jewish organization. And as I'm going to put in my dissertation, Imam Muhammad invited Rabbi Joshua Haberman to the Mosque Masjid Honorable Elijah Muhammad to speak to our congregation. And Rabbi Haberman said, which is not in traditional Jewish thinking, that it wasn't Isaac that was sacrificed, it was Ishmael that was sacrificed. So we have to know these things. Sometimes we need a review. So I don't want you to think I'm coming on the ego trip. I don't want you to think I'm coming on anything. To be honest, God's truth. I was just in the hospital Thursday, Tuesday one day I fell. That's called hypertension. Feeling kind of down. I got a call from Brother Adil. He asked me, can you speak today? Are you able? I said, yes, I'm always able. As I said, for the mosque kids, it gives me life. This is the life-giving teaching. And I'm talking about the life-giving teachings that's given by Imam Warid Muhammad. I don't know anybody on earth that's more of authority on Imam Warid Muhammad than his first son. When I needed the Imam for something, he always said, contact my son. And I had read a memo from the Honorable Elijah Muhammad who told the ministers, when you can't reach me, reach Imam Muhammad, reach Minister Wallace. And I want to say that to you. I don't befriend these guys who come around pretending that they love us. They don't love us. If you don't love my leader, you can't love me. And I've been tested by them. They've offered me money. But once they saw that I was clearly with Imam Warid Muhammad, the money dried up. And I needed money. I needed money because I had to get cancer treatment. But Allah is blessing me. We have a book coming out soon. In fact, a Caucasian person, European person, not Caucasian. Because let me just tell you, this Caucasian, Negroid, and Mongoloid are false concepts. They were made up by a man by the name of Kuhn at the Heidelberg University, and they put people in races. And Imam said, it's not race, we are competing for resources. I forget the prayer that Imam Muhammad told our children to learn in school. But it goes something like the Imam Warid probably knows it better than I do. He said, as you go into the Quran, say, oh Allah, bless me to be more obedient to you and beneficial. And he says science and technology will come at our feet. And we're not going to give it unless we accept that God has given us a leader, a teacher, and a guide. And his work is continuing in Imam Warid Muhammad II, the best of Imam Muhammad's children. And I know somebody, all he's going to do is brag. Well, in addition to being a theologian and a knowledgeable person in Islam, I'm also decided to pick up the thing I told Imam I picked up when I first came to work with him in Chicago, 1978. It's Brother Imam and there's a sister Umrani. We worked to set up a counseling department. And then after that, Imam Muhammad said, well, I think you're wasting your time because they're sending all the mentally ill people from Jackson Park Hospital to you. And I knew then, as I later learned, that you can actually cure schizophrenia if you can listen to them. And Imam said, that's kind of a waste of your time. So they used to send people from Jackson Park Hospital, they discharge, they go down there and talk to the Muslims. And I said to myself, I later found out scientifically, that if you can listen to a schizophrenic and tolerate them, because they actually have word salad. And then later on in the conversation with Imam Muhammad, he said people who are schizophrenic are people who have lost faith in themselves and those ancestral voices speak to them. And that would rehumanize us by listening to them. I think I've given you enough for today. And I would prefer you asking questions. Don't come with congratulations. But I'd like to get some probing questions that will help me explore more. I'm preferred more to answer questions. But again, I'm going to reiterate to you, I want to invite you all to go to my page on Facebook. And Tuesday night at 6 o'clock, I believe 6 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, 7 o'clock Chicago time, I will present on Dr. Mays, on Howard Washington Thurman, and Imam Warith Muhammad. And you will see the sentences. Now, some of you who don't know about our history, you have to understand these are the three most important figures in our people's religious thought. And all three of them were not Trinitarians. Thank you. Peace be on you. May Allah bless you, heal your body, heal your mind, heal your spirit, and make us to be more enthusiastic supporters of Imam Warith Muhammad and the mosque is. And remember this is what I'm going to tell this class on Thursday. I'm speaking for a class. I don't give in to the right wing, don't give in to the left wing, but remember, human goodness is on the rise. So says Imam Muhammad, and I agree with him. Thank you. Peace be on you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you, Imam Alfred. And with Brother Imam, if you have any question or comment from Imam Alfred, after Imam speaks, we'll take questions, inshallah. So raise your hand. Yes, sir.
Yes, I'll praise to the Allah. Excellent presentation. And you always keep us well grounded and focused. That's why we call on you. And the information that you share with us keeps us in the proper focus and perspective. Because those of us that know and that understand that Allah is the best of planners, the world plans, but Allah is the best to plan. And it's not in his plan for those that seek to seek to make trouble or to create confusion in the direction that we're heading and make situations more difficult. What people don't really understand is what I said, is that Allah is in control, and we have the clear perspective, understanding that if it wasn't you, you give yourself too much credit. If it wasn't the people that don't like us, or they think if they turn away from you somehow that they're going to take from you. No, Allah is even in control over the corruption, because Allah said that you can't harm or benefit a person without the leave of Allah. So this is something as people of faith and believers that we understand and we appreciate. And yes, you have to purify yourself, and we can't be partially corrupt or do some small evils and think that, oh, it's not evil because you made a judgment on a people or a person or a thing. And that's probably the greatest mental illness that African American people have, that we've given up on faith, like Imam Alfred started out speaking about. And now we think that somehow you're small. Well, I'm not even going to belittle your intelligence. You're big, great, learned, wise brain. You're educated, however you see your intellect, your intelligence is not one that you should put faith in. Faith, that's for Allah. Your belief and your trust should be in God, and the one that is responsible for all good that comes, and the one that everything is accountable to. So, they think I'm just talking because I'm not speaking with the cadence, or I'm not speaking with the language of the people that they respect. But just entertain this thought. What if the shaitan has influenced the leaders and the people that you hold up on such high self-esteem? What if this shaitan has influenced us or any of us? And that some of your judgment of the world and of society and of people um, is off. You see? So that's why we have our religion, and it's the basic things, the things that Allah says that some people are attracted to the allegory or the more complicated things, and they leave off the simple, pure tenets of faith, which is human decency, truth, be loyal to the peace that you commit yourself to, that you want to keep in the name of God and God first, So we've gotten away from this. Most of you all don't even think like that because nobody's here to check you. Allah has a record of all of our actions and all of our deeds. So you're not going to get struck by lightning. These are all deceptions by a culture that has been forced upon us, that you're going to feel as though there's no checks, there's no balance for your shortcoming. And Allah is merciful and Allah is forgiving. So there may appear not to be checks and balances. That's your job, to check and balance your behavior and to clean up and purify your belief and your faith in God so that you can behave in a better manner or fashion. And this is our dilemma, as a people, that we're losing the race because we've gotten away from the thing that stood us up in the first place, which
That's
was
right.
truth and sincerity
That's right.
and belief in God, faith and trust in God, and not in any extreme, not the Hollywood version. The Hollywood version has got us so twisted. So we got to get away from that Hollywood version and find Allah's. You know what I believe? I was telling a person the other day. I meant to mention it to Naeem when he was speaking. I said I strongly believe that if we would accept Al Islam and the path that Al Islam, our religion is putting us on, peace is not mentioned so many times in our religion as an accident, and our general what's the word? Our general identity as Muslims doesn't even point to our relationship with Muhammad, the Prophet, and Allah. But we're all Muslim. So what we should be seeing is the importance of trusting and believing in our religion, and not in the way that we see people that come over here that have passed judgment on us, but what Allah says our religion is, and try to follow it more closely. Because I wanted to mention in Naeem, I said, I honestly believe the more peace and the comfort I have, I realize that stress and things can cause you to get off the path. You have to purify not just your faith, but you have to purify every aspect of your life that is good for this physical creation. And I was studying some of these little fruits and vegetables and things, and they say that are good for your health and good to balance your health. It allows my witness, to my surprise, I said, you know what? People had called me strange because of the things I like to eat, and not general people that it's their job, like a sibling or something, to make fun of what you like to eat and this and that and the other. But when I look at it, I said these combinations that the science is saying that certain things have certain structures and chemicals and whatever is in it, that when they're eating with this or that, they benefit you in certain ways. Just like when your stomach gets hungry, it's not because you need to eat. Sometimes you continue to eat and you overeat because you're not eating what your body is demanding. Like when you eat food without any salt, if there's no natural salt in it, you have to wean yourself off of that. Like when you eat foods without any sugar or sweet, you have to wean yourself off of that until your body finds a healthy balance. And you'll be surprised what Allah has already put in you to give you the best life that you need, even without a doctor. Didn't Muhammad the Prophet say that, hey, you have your own intelligence? If you don't have the Quran, or if you don't have me, then you have your own good sense and your own human intelligence that will guide you and lead you. I may not be quoting exactly, but this is what we're dealing with. We have to trust his creation that cannot be duplicated by anybody but God. So that means the most valuable physical possession we have on earth is our human creation. You see? And you should appreciate that and respect it because Allah holds us accountable for how we treat ourselves and how we respect the creation that he's given us. So yeah, it sounds, I don't know how people think. I know how people use most people think, and how some young people. I grew up in this world and we live here, and I know what I'm saying is way over the head. The intelligence and even the desire to do better and great. We have to want to do better and be better, or we won't even catch any of the information that Allah puts right in front of us. Your own body, your brain, your spirit, uh, your stomach. It's all talking to you, and you ain't listening to a word it's saying. Your community, your mother, your father, your brother, all the people that love you, probably even that little pet cat or puppy that you love so much. They talking to you too, but you can't hear it because you don't trust that God is the power and that he can lead you where you need to go. So Adil, go ahead. I want to hear people ask intelligent questions. What Alfred gave just now, I think it was almost like a word, like a clear vision and a word that we should take heed to, his message. But I'm sure some of us in their minds have some questions, I trust him. I told y'all he my imam. He's yeah, right now, he's my imam. He's a learned imam and an excellent orator, a speaker, and the message, the value, he knows the value of what he has to offer, and he knows how to get it across. So I don't have a lot of questions for him, but I'm sure we do, and there's nothing wrong with it because I'm not asking questions. Don't mean you shouldn't. So he's well capable of addressing and helping you. And if I wasn't me, I would have a ton of questions to ask Brother Alfred because he has a history that shoot, we go all off topic. Just me asking him about the character and the nature and the mind of his family member that was a indentured, what would you call it? A slave.
A
Well,
slave, a living slave.
a
Yes,
living slave.
slave.
So,
Yes.
man,
She
I
can be
would love
found
to
in the
dive in.
census. Yeah, yes,
I would
yes,
love
yes.
to dive into her mind, but we don't have time. So Ideal, you can bring anybody up that wants to come up because maybe one day I will get to ask some more pertinent questions about the spirit and about the mind and the knowledge that she imparted to you and your family, inshallah.
Yes, sir. Thank you. We're going to take the questions by, please raise your hand in the Zoom audience, and we'll take the questions by the order of show of hands. And the YouTube audience, those of you that are in YouTube audience, please enter your question into the chat and we'll ask the question for you. We'll start on the Zoom side with Sister Najma.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
Greetings to you, our dear Imam Ward II. We love you dearly. Thank you so much for all you do for us and Adil and the whole staff. Brother Imam Alfred. Wow. I want to ask you about this. It's something I've been hearing about. Of course, I've talked with Imam Wadi Muhammad when I stayed at his brother's home in Kansas City. He said that there are different trips he's made out of the country to these different conventions where you have a lot of the imams, sheikhs, imams from all over the world, Islamic conventions. And one was sticks out was in Istanbul in Turkey. Imam Alfred, did you make any of those trips with him? Because he said that those people respect and love him so much, they have offered to have him stay and move into their countries so that he can teach them this religion. And he said that, I remember another brother I spoke with recently, they were on their way about to leave the country and they tried to hold him back, asking, please stay with us. We want you to teach us this religion because we're off track and we need to redo some things, all these fiqh laws and stuff like that. They want to improve them based on what Imam Wadi Muhammad was speaking. So, Imam Alfred, can you speak
No,
to
I
that?
didn't make any of those trips because the people around Imam Muhammad didn't want me to make the trip, but he told me about a lot of them. But I was with Imam Muhammad when some of the so-called learned came from the United Arab Emirates, and particular, and they were praising Imam, and Imam said to me, he said, they don't believe any of that what they're saying. They come to flatter us, and they hope they can pick us off. I can tell you this, and I got this from reliable sources, when Imam Muhammad was in Tehran, which is the capital of Iran, and I'm not being political, they invited him up on what would be the equivalent of the United States Senate to address them. And they said to him, he said, a man from Sri Lanka said to him, I've traveled all over the world, and I never expect to hear what I heard. And the Imam said, all he was explaining to what Hayat as-Sadat means. To learn it, and some of these countries wanted the Imam to leave us and stay with them. And they would have benefited. But that was not Imam Muhammad's will. And to be honest with you, that was Honorable Muhammad. Gamal Nasser tried to get the Honorable Muhammad to stay in Egypt. Now remember, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad only had a tincture of knowledge. But Imam Muhammad had the knowledge. What one of them told me, he said, do you all know what y'all got? I said, very few of us. I was at an international conference. It was held in the United States. I said, brother, you have to understand the damage that's happened to us. I said, we were virtually destroyed. All we had left was our human spirit. And with our human spirit, we were able to wait till the time that Allah has given us. He's given us Imam Warqi Muhammad. I don't think you really can appreciate Imam Warqi Muhammad until you know what has happened to him. Mm-hmm. What has happened to us has never happened in the history of a people.
And Brother Alfred, most of us are like the robot that's been programmed that don't know he a robot.
Yes, that's right. That's right. And
we don't believe it. We don't want to believe that we are not a natural people. We are people that were created and made for a purpose. That's why a person from Turkey ain't never spoke American English, ain't never lived in our culture, never came up, don't have no generations, don't even have days in America, but can look at us and know that, hey, we can buy some of them horses and cows too and have them serve us.
That's exactly right. And in fact, you sent me to a delegation of Muslim leaders, and so I was sitting as I was getting ready to sit down. That leader of Turkey actually told me to sit at the head of the table. So all the other foreign Muslims from here in America who've been sent to the scroll, they said, no, he's not the head of this delegation. So the president,
the worst part is that many times, see, when a person has a certain belief and a perspective, that's what my father said, it's about the perspective. You see, you follow the logic, and it depends on what your perspective of things are, how you view. We'll be both looking at the same thing, but we'll have a different perspective on it. So many of them are sincere, God-fearing, they love Allah, they work, but they just don't see you the way you see you.
That's right. And the unfortunate part, most of us don't even see ourselves as we should be, especially those of us who follow Imam Muhammad.
90% of us, 90%
we don't
of
even
us
believe we deserve this, Sister Naja. So we could go in a gathering and hear some of those people say great things about Imam Muhammad. They say he must be lying. Ain't no way he can believe it. While it's from the South Side, it's like that. Or they can't believe what President Obama said to you. And you were in the beginning of your leadership. And he told you have, see, I got that report, and I had to go to the archive to get it, because they wouldn't tell me. He told you that I knew your father, and this is no lie. He said, and we were exceptionally close, and you have your role too.
Yeah. And see, the reason why people that have access to information, they have a different perspective. So he's a man of he's a very intellectual, well-learned and knowledgeable person with the mind, body, and spirit and the heart to do the job he was meant to be president. Allah formed him in America to become president, to become the leader. So
And you
him
know who
and
told him to run for
there are
office?
many, but there are many other people too that can see what we can't see and what
Right.
the common person can't see. And when they see it, they know the reality. The reality is to uh to regard a thing in the manner in which Allah has revealed it to you. So when he saw me as the son of Imam Muhammad, he's not just looking at some guy that he just walked up on the scene. He's looking at me from the knowledge of what I represent as a person, because we're what we do in life. We're the service, the plan that Allah has for us, the role that we play in humanity for as a member of human life, not as individuals. We should never see ourselves as individuals. You know, that's not for the intelligent human being. Don't see yourself in that narrow light. See yourself as a member of something much bigger and much greater with a much bigger purpose.
That's
And
right.
yeah, and a bigger mission. Imam Muhammad never saw himself as a just a little person. He
No,
saw
he didn't.
himself as a man with a mission, and that
Yes, sir.
God was with him. Yeah, and so did
Yes,
his
sir.
father.
That's
Yeah,
right.
all praise
And
to
he
Allah.
started out in one of his early, I think some hypocrite was interviewing him. If you check back, y'all know what I'm talking about. Imam said, I was born for the mission. That's when he described himself as a mujaddid.
Allahu Akbar.
So we have to understand this. This is nothing light. And we should be very distrustful of people who doesn't support this ministry. And this ain't no ego. Everybody in this community know I'm not a stroker. But I am obligated myself from an age of 4 to preach the truth. And as a result of that, I have evolved and I prayed to be guided properly. You know, in fact, before I was formerly in the Nation of Islam, I had known Stokely Carmichael, Kwame Ture, and a lot of the other great leaders of the civil rights movement. And they said to me, I heard you getting ready to go into the nation. Yeah. They said the only one in the nation you can trust is Wallace. And I said to myself, I found that to be true. I love the rest of the family members, but none of them have been blessed like Imam Muhammad. In fact, Imam really is the only member of the family that's really sincere to his mother and father's intentions. He was not chasing materialism. He was not chasing anything. And his desire was to see this community grow.
Assalamu alaikum. I would say quickly, I forgot to say this to Sister Isla. You look so beautiful and you did such a wonderful job. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you. Keep making dua for me, please. I've had some health challenges, but I believe Allah gonna give me the victory that I need. And I intend to write and speak. And actually, I'm getting ready to do a podcast. I used to have a program called Religion Means Alive. We're gonna revive that podcast. Is this gonna be Imam Alfred? And I want to relate to people who most of my audience is not Muslim. I'm not here to brag. When I needed to go to Mexico for cancer treatment beside my sister, there were 2 very prominent, very rich Caucasians that gave me large sums of money to go. And they have promised me that I need some supporters, some help. I told them I believe I have a strategy to undermine the popular culture and the glorification of criminals. We fell off the deep end. I remember when I was growing up, criminals were not romanticized. I had 2 uncles who were criminals, and they were pretty dangerous people. But they had a respect for my mother. They didn't even want to come around my mother drunk. They would give me 25 cents a quarter. That was a lot of money in those days. They said, please don't tell sister that you saw me like that. That's when our people had shame. And then they came out with Iceberg Slim, Pimp's Bible, whatever he called it, and all of the plethora of just poison. And they poisoned some of the best minds of our people. And then some of them came right into the Nation of Islam with that poison and met up with other poison people. We didn't glorify criminals. And I tell people in the Nation of Islam, and Brother Imam Yusuf Shah knows, his father had tell the brothers they had to clean up. I know some temples in this country tolerate criminals. But one thing I can say about Imam Yusuf Shah, you were not tolerated. He put fire on you. That was a great Imam that we need to do a book on, and he was a great supporter of Imam Warithuddin Muhammad. And also, you should know that he told me that he said that, look, he was with Imam but the night before Savior's Day. He was the one that suggested to Imam Muhammad that he put on the FI uniform. Mm-hmm. And Imam had great trust in Imam Yusuf Shah. And I'm so glad to see his son. And I'm going to tell you something. Tell your children, they may not comprehend this, but just come in the environment and listen to what God has blessed us with. Don't remember this. The first one to get it was Imam Warithuddin Muhammad, and the second one to get it is Imam Warithuddin Muhammad II. And those of us who are with it. So invite your children to come. Take an hour out of Sunday. I mean, are you playing golf? Maybe you're in a tournament. I don't know whether you're shooting dice or what. I'm not going to condemn you for that. But come here and get the medicine. I know you'll be a better person.
All right. Thank you, Ma'am Alfred. We have a few hands up. We'll start with Brother Yusuf Shaw, Sister Isla, and then Sister Tawanda.
And right quick, Brother Alfred, I went to my daughter, a middle school friend. They both, when they went to high school, they went to separate schools, but they've kept a friendship. And I went to a quinceañera last night. My daughter tricked me. She said it started at 3 and it's over at 7. So I guess she knew me. We didn't get out of there to midnight. But the most beautiful thing I saw, there was more. There was almost as many babies there, and there was a couple of women with big bellies, and those babies were out there dancing with each other. But what impressed me more is the fathers. Some of those fathers were dancing with their sons, and if you could have seen their son, and their sons were barely came over their waist, they danced all night. It's not if you know the culture I'm talking about. Sound like the same music played, all the same song played the entire night.
It all
And
sounds the same.
I was almost deaf by the end of the night, but I got into it because I sat there and listened and enjoyed it because I had to pass the time, and two, the beauty of the love. The mothers were dancing with the daughters, the fathers were dancing with their sons, and they would switch out and dance with different people. And the little boys that was running around there remind me of when I was a little boy. We were so happy to be around our family and around people that you trust and that love you. And we could have that, but what we got to do is we got to put on some events that bring the public into a more relaxed environment. It shouldn't be regimented. We should have weddings, and we should have. I don't know if it's still lawful, but I know when I was young, I think my sister had a sweet 16. I remember that. It was like the biggest party I ever seen, where they give the woman a lot of attention. And I could tell all of those women were from that culture because they all had the same spirit. And there was no shaking and shimmying at all. Remind me of the ancient where you watch the nature show, the TV shows where they had the Indians doing during the step. Looked like every dance looked like they were stepping, but there was no shaking. And I said they can help us get back to our humanity if we would just make things that are important in our communities. And there was nothing but love and kindness. It was men dancing with each other. I didn't see a single homosexual in the room. Now they might have hid it from me, but I saw men dancing with men, and they all had on cowboy boots and cowboy hats and big thick belts. And
it's so beautiful to see it.
Yeah, so I was like, there ain't no soft men in this room. I didn't see it, but they loved each other, and I said, I must be missing out on a lot. I'm sure we love each other too, but we got to get back to our spending time. They spent hours. You couldn't even hear yourself think. The music was so loud. Now we ain't got to do that, but they spent hours and hours just enjoying each other's company.
Remember, your father advocated that for the Baja Center. That's what the Baja Center was for.
Yeah, but
so we ran from it.
We ran from it and ran to the violence and the ignorance.
We listened to all those hypocrites who start questioning the Imam what he's doing? He bringing all that up in here, the screen in here, and then like I told one sister, right
And
down the
he
parking lot.
outlawed every time a new dance came out. He outlawed it because we used to have dances at the school, and he would give a football on them dances, telling us we can't do them dances.
That's
So
right.
if we had kept with him, we would have civilized our culture. Our
Exactly.
culture wouldn't have been
Alhamdulillah.
funky and nasty like it is now. Yep. And criminal. It's outright criminal.
It is. It's degeneracy.
Alhamdulillah.
It's degenerate. Yeah. All right. I'm sorry about that. Go ahead. Allah inspired me. I said, because I was at Allah had me there for a reason. And my phone died. Then I left my phone at home. I ain't never left my phone at home. Then my daughter's phone, my son's phone died, and then my daughter's phone. So I was there long, and I didn't know where the heck I was. My daughter's phone
Alhamdulillah.
died when I got to the first street that I recognized. And so Allah got us far enough where I eventually made it home at midnight. And it was several hours past my bedtime. Go ahead. I'm sorry about that.
Assalamu alaikum.
I want the knowledge before Brother Imam Yusuf. We have a professional dancer in the audience. Sister Labib.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah. We have talent. We need to have some events. I hope Brother Imam Ishmael Shamsuddin will have some socials where we can just, I
But
don't
you
have
know
the
what I
money to-
believe? See, it can't be these funky socials where it's meet up where we trying to hormones and stuff and going on with male and the female. No, we need to bring them children on the scene. If we
That's
could
right.
I think the magic that I saw last night, the magic was that there was as many children. If not, some people had 2 children and the babies in there, and they were like babies. I'm like, how they listening to all this loud music and the babies no babies crying. None. The
The
kids
babies
were
could
enjoying
feel the
themselves.
peace.
Like
It could feel the peace and love.
you remember how we were. We had
Yes.
the FOI. We had the FOI to keep us in check, but
Absolutely.
we had peace. We had
Yes.
peace, and we loved
And
each other.
order.
And because we didn't fear, we were comfortable. The children, we could run and play. We could dance and play. This one little kid, I watched him for like 3 hours. He
That's
kept
right.
playing with a little younger kid. He kept putting his cowboy hat over his face, and then he'd come at him like that, and then the kid would jump back. And I said, that joke ain't got old yet. He did it for about 3 hours, but they were having a ball.
Alhamdulillah.
Allahu Akbar.
Allahu
Yeah,
Akbar.
we're gonna get it. We're gonna, inshallah, someday. Yeah.
Alhamdulillah. Assalamu alaikum, Imam Warthadeem Muhammad II.
Alaikum assalam.
I did, Imam. I greet you. I greet Imam Adil, beloved audience and staff, my beloved community. I greet you. Assalamu alaikum. Imam Alfred, I greet you and I ask
Walaikum
Allah
salam.
to heal you and to continue to give you life and longevity because we love you and we want to continue to hear you, brother. Alhamdulillah. My question to you, beloved brother, and I love your topic. Um, goodness is on the rise, and it's because I believe that people understand that God consciousness is on the rise. And when we talk with our Christian brothers and sisters, they see that what brings us together is that spirit of God consciousness. Can you talk to us about the period of time when Imam W.D. Muhammad Senior was talking about God consciousness and when he was talking to in the imam's class, because I was younger then, but when he was in the imam's class and when you were around talking about God consciousness, and can you expound upon that, Imam Alfred, if you would?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Beloved brother.
I did. I was with the imam. I really spent. That's how I became an imam. It was one day I was in Chicago and I didn't have the money to get back to Chicago, so they knew me and they hurried up and gave me a ticket, and then I ended up staying over, and then Imam Muhammad appointed me to be imam. But I can tell you, the imam was trying to get us to be relaxed, to develop a culture. In fact, he changed the name of the masjid to the Honorary Elijah Muhammad's Cultural Center. And later on, I noticed the big Christians start calling our centers cultural centers. Because what religion really does for people is develop a culture. It develops a clean way of life. And I'm hoping that some of y'all will help me, work with me, Let's have some social. No preaching. Just come together, have some clean dances. Let's socialize with each other, and that'll draw us closer and closer. Because and one time I invited a brother to a meeting. He said to me, "Do I have to pray?" No, we're going to having fun. He said, "Okay," because we have to understand that 98% of our people, I would say maybe higher, don't know the prayers. They don't know the ritual because it was never introduced to them properly. So they've been turned off. But if they know what Imam Muhammad really stood for, see, they gave the Imam a picture of him being a saint. That's the image, the spiritual leader. Imam he said, if all you looking for spirit, you can go to a voodoo guy for that. I am a community leader, a human leader. Did I answer your question?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Because as I go around in the community and I talk um, to my Christian brothers and sisters and my interfaith, I guess, journey. I think that's the glue, especially when we are sharing Imam W.D. Muhammad's commentary, that God consciousness. And when you presented today, goodness is on the rise. That's a good lead in, to a really good conversation. So we thank you, Imam Alfred.
thank
Thank you.
you. I
Assalamu
want to say
alaikum.
something to the cultural people here. I think I heard some of your music, and I heard Imam say you may send somebody to the insane asylum kind of music. But look, we're not trying to be so foreign and so different that we are not of our people. Imam said, I know how to make us sing with the lewd. We want the African American spirit. As I tell people, I call it the halal music. In other words, take Jesus out and just put God in, put some of that good music. And I don't know, I still love that organ. I still love those electric guitars, and let us celebrate our culture. Don't forget.
And God consciousness has to come. We need some Muslim character classes that we can take. You should not laugh in an extreme. Anything that breaks your Ramadan, that's breaking your good Muslim character. So
exactly
when
right.
you hear the
Imam said
music, you shouldn't shout, you shouldn't jump up. You have to act and behave as if God is your closest companion and he sees the God of Muhammad the Prophet, not just any God, as your closest companion,
right.
and you can't slip. See, I know what happened, and that's why it kind of sickens me when I see what happened and where we went. There, people used to say boldly, "You'll be shot," to my face. Oh, with Imam, would try to, oh, he don't know what he talking about. So they have adopted a mindset that meets halfway where it ain't even halfway. It's not even measurable because I think it's corruption. They allow corruption to come into the Muslim character and the life in the future where we need to go because they refuse to believe that we have to not follow the culture of the world. So it's a certain culture that come out of the black church that's different from the white, Chinese, Latino, all the other churches. There's a certain culture that comes out of the black educated, the doctors, the lawyers, the well-to-do, sophisticated blacks. There's a certain way these sophisticated Negroes behave that there's Muslims in our community think that is more important than being a good Muslim.
That's right.
And they all lying hypocrites. All of them. They
Yes,
the
sir.
scum of the earth.
bear
They the
witness.
worst.
Thank you,
I
Imam.
wish we could build a
I'm
pit
glad you
and dump
said
them
it.
in it and
Thank
set
you.
it on fire. I
Yes,
can't
sir.
stand them. I can't stand them hypocrites because that's not who we
Allahu
were.
Akbar.
We were never
Yes, sir.
that. We were never them
That's right.
suckers.
That's
We've been
right.
sold out. We've been
And
sold
my
out by
father
some
never
sick
tolerated
people.
that stuff. He
No,
did
sir.
not like it.
Your father
No.
sound like my father, man. You agreeing with me? I love it. Usually when I talk to them hypocrites, they start to sweat and get mad. They be wanting to hurt me. But I talk to them the same way I talk here. They stay away from me because they know I'll burn them up if I could
Allahu Akbar.
in real
Thank you.
fire. And I go to hell for for burning them. But I'm willing to go to hell for burning them because they devils. They know what Imam Muhammad sacrificed for. They
That's
know what
right.
Dr. B. Elijah Muhammad sacrificed for to
That's
make
right.
us decent human beings.
That's right.
Yeah, and they indecent. they nastier than a snake that hides, and then come and take your life.
That's right.
That's what they doing to us. They
The
taking our
serpent
life.
of the grafted type.
Yeah,
That's
they
right.
horrible, and they know they horrible. They know they horrible, but they need to go somewhere else. We got to figure out how to run them out of our sacred places. Yeah, inshallah. I ain't mad either. Y'all ain't seen me get mad. I'm violent when I'm mad. I'm just kidding. Alhamdulillah. We can keep moving. We keep moving. I'm playing. I'm non-violent. Those days, I've never really been violent. It's just that I'm passionate about what I believe is the truth. Yeah. Alhamdulillah.
Allahu Akbar.
Mhm. Adil, yeah,
All
let's
right,
go.
yes, our next question is Sister Isla, then we'll go with Sister Tawana. Sister Isla.
Yes, assalamu alaikum, family.
Salam.
Amen. Worthy Muhammad II, you're right where you need to be, brother. You're right where you
Forgive me,
need to be.
sister, for getting too comfortable. You don't want to see me too comfortable.
That's all right. You can do it. You got children. You gotta relate
Yeah.
to
Yeah, that's
you
what
gotta
that's what
relate to
y'all
your
forget.
children.
I'm like, y'all don't view me as the average person, man. I gotta do this by myself. I'm on a mission.
That's right.
You know, shoot, I ain't got no help.
And
And
you
I
gotta
think
keep up
Allah
with them.
intended me to be exactly where I am. Alhamdulillah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, what I have to say is this. Uh we can't we have to remember uh we have to first of all put all of our trust in Allah and remember where we came from and see where we're going. You know, I remember I was on the streets in Philadelphia. I was a heroin addict, and I was sitting at this table with these people, and they were shooting dope. And they looked over at me and they said to me, Candy, because that was my name in the dunya. They say, Candy, you don't belong here. Do you know where you're at? So I didn't know I was in hell, but I was. You see, so we're going to send you where you belong. So the sister called her daughter downstairs and she said, take Candy upstairs and get her dressed. I'm sending her to temple number 12 in Philadelphia. And so when she opened the closet, I remember seeing this white dress with these golden tassels, not knowing who the daughter was. So when we get there to the temple, we're sitting there, and the brothers, not and the minister was Minister Jeremiah Shabazz. So your father and them, they had sent him to Philly. And just like they sent Imam Nasser Ahmed to Miami. So he said, is that right? And the brother was, that's right, brother minister. That's right. And then he would say something else. Is that right? That's right, brother minister. And for 5 minutes, that brother ain't say nothing. He just looked up at us, looked out at us, and you could hear a pin drop. And it was so quiet, and I got so nervous because you couldn't say nothing and you didn't hear nothing. And then he looked at us. He said, you don't know. And that's why I joined. I said, I don't know, but I want to know. So from there, I want to say this to my family. When we came in there, me raggedy, not knowing where I was in hell, and your grandfather, Elijah Muhammad, knew that the majority of people he was calling on was from the dunya, and he knew he had to clean us up. That was his job, to clean us up physically and our bodies, what we eat, how we dressed. He put the brothers were so down that they would always walk with their heads down like that. He put them bow ties on them brothers. They couldn't bend their heads down because the bow tie would make push them off. You see. You got to see, you got to look at what the blessings that we've been blessed with. Then along came the son. I was born for the mission. I
All
was
right
born
now.
for the mission. Okay, so the son came and he brought the Quran. Okay, because Elijah had already cleaned us up physically, and we was wearing the right clothes and we was clean. Everybody was looking at us. They, they loved us because we were so starched, and and uh and when Word Deen Muhammad came along, he was born for the mission to carry us to what he called the second resurrection. I remember that. And then he said, after he was born for the mission, then he passed, and here's the son. You see, so every last one of them, from Clara, Elijah, Imam Wardin Muhammad, Imam Wardin Muhammad II, and his children, is going to carry us on. We don't have to worry about nothing. All we have to do is come together as a family and love each other and respect each other and stop backbiting and talking about each other and come together and do some of these things, these great ideas, like the brother said. And Imam Alfred, I love you, Imam Alfred.
I love you too.
And all the brothers and sisters on here, we all got something to offer because we've all been blessed and we are here for the mission. We are here for the mission. We was born for the mission. That's why we're here. Okay?
That's
So,
right. Can I share something with you that my father told me?
yes, sir.
He said that
Mhm.
his father told him, he said, son, I have never failed at a mission. And then after he said that, I, I hope I'm remembering it right. I pretty sure I could have put this in my own mind, but I'm pretty sure he said that I'm pretty sure he did say to me that I have never failed at a mission. He said it. It was like in the same sentence, right behind him saying that his father told him that. He let me know that he haven't failed. To let me know that he trusts himself. That's what I think the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was saying. Is that son, you in good hands. That Allah is with me, and you're in good hands. And he was telling me the same thing. That Allah is with him, and that I'm in good hands.
And
You
then
see,
another
and,
thing
and
he
if you go
said,
for what's right, you won't fail either. That's not
and another
that's not
thing,
a miracle. That's
and
just the
another
way it
thing he
is.
said, I don't want
Mhm.
you to worry, my imam, about how many people follow you. Because Imam Wardin Muhammad taught us this. He said, it's not the number. It's not the number, it's the quality. It's not the quantity, it's the quality. And what you got behind you is true believers.
Oh yeah.
See, and like Imam Alfred said, some of them ain't true believers. Some of them is against us. You see what I'm saying? But the ones that's for us, that's the
They the
ones that
best.
you see here every first Sunday is the same people.
Cream of the
You
crop.
see,
Super
we're the
people.
family. We are the family.
Yeah.
So I don't want you to worry about
Oh
anything,
no,
my brother.
I don't worry about them. I
I
just
know you
get.
don't, but I want you
I've
to
been
know
eating
that
vegetables lately, so I don't know. It's just my.
your children are going to take your
I'm feeling
place.
myself a little bit.
The
No more
family,
lie.
the family, Elijah, Clara, Wardin
Mhm.
Muhammad, born for the
Mhm.
mission, and Wardin Muhammad II, and your children, and my
Mhm.
children, and our grandchildren, and all of us
Yes,
were born for the mission.
that's
Allahu
right.
Akbar.
Allahu Akbar.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum
Walaikum
assalam.
assalam. Thank you, sister.
Next, we have Sister Tawana. Looks like our last question. Then we will turn it back over to Imam Warthadeem Muhammad II to conclude and close us out for this May First Sunday Community Program. Sister Tawanda.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
I just want to say Allahu Akbar and Allah knows what Allah is doing. That's all I have to say. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam, sister. Good
That's
to see you. Good to hear
Tawanda's
your voice.
famous words.
Good
Allah
to hear
know
your
what he
voice.
doing.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah.
And actually,
Somebody, I told somebody earlier today, I said, Imam Alfred, he's going to come speak. And I said I was a little bit concerned because I didn't get the first we got the green light, then we said we're going to check on him. You know, my brother here, he said he's going to check just to see, make sure you's available. And you just reiterated that yeah, I did called you and I said, yeah, I said, I really feel good. I said, oh, praise due to Allah. So I really felt good about the first Sunday today because I knew Alfred was going to be here. And so the person I was talking to asked me, how old is he? Because I said he had some health issues. I said he went to Mexico. He's got the issue, this and that. I said, but I knew. I told him. He asked me to pray for him, and I took a picture of me and my children in the car making dua for him, and I sent him the picture to let him know that my word is my bond. You asked me to make dua for you. That's what I'm gonna do. And then they asked me how old was he. It's like, oh, and it's one of them negative spirit people. I said, I don't know. I said, he a soldier. He from, Nation of Islam. You can't tell how our age, the majority of especially the pioneers. Yeah. So I said, Alfred is strong. I said, little y'all know, he a lot stronger than y'all know. All praise to do to Allah. Yeah, we love you and we appreciate you, man. Yeah. Yo, we can't hear him because he walked away from something. I don't know. Maybe it's
he
muted.
He put his headpiece on. You
Oh,
muted,
he got his
brother.
headpiece on. You muted. You got to
Yes,
unmute.
sir. Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
I hear
Thank
you
you,
now.
brother Imam.
I hear you
when,
now.
When Brother Adil called me and I said,
I'm like, he
well,
ain't
I'm
old. I
always
said, I don't know what you're talking about. He got some health issues, but he ain't getting old. He ain't got old
no.
yet. No,
Hey, I
not
may
hardly.
still have some more babies in me.
Yeah, hey, that's real. That's biology.
I want
That's a
children
natural
that's going to be
fact.
obedient, that's
That's
going
a
to follow Allah's will and
Allahu
work out
Akbar.
our community, not be pick off. Because here's another thing we have to understand.
Mm-hmm.
I heard the Imam say this around 1978. He said they target our children.
Yeah.
They'll try to pull them off into a culture that is destructive. So it's just good to see your children with you, and so good to. And I tell you something. I was going to say this. I plan to say this in July, but I'm going to say it now. Brother Imam, Allah really blessed you with Robin. You are blessed.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I thank Allah. I used to pray
Right.
for Allah to bless you. I knew some of the things you had gone through. And Allah
And
bless
believe
you.
it or not, all I did was listen. A lot of times, you'll see your spirit or the culture or life will be leading you somewhere. We got to trust our leaders and our wise people. And I think what I did at the point I was at, because when I met Robin, I had a child already. She was 18 months old. And then I changed my spirit and my mindset. And that's how I was able to see Robin. I wouldn't even seen her. I would have passed her by. I mean, I wouldn't have passed her by, but I might have not trusted her because I had been with some people that I shouldn't have trusted in the first place. So
Pride Rockman would say, "Help yourself." I know all
yeah,
about that.
yeah. Well, okay. So that's where I was. So, but I trusted my leader, my imam. I trusted my father, and I took his advice. And I said, you know
He
what?
was
And
so happy for you.
I found my savior. She saved me from a lot of misery that I had embarked upon. That I
And you
was
know what? Your
already
father
I
was
was
so happy
already on my way to not a good life.
to another hell.
To another
Another
hell.
point.
I didn't want to
Yeah,
say it, but it's true. I don't claim it, but it was mine. It was
yeah.
mine for the taking.
But Allah knew you were loyal to your father. He blessed
Yeah,
you.
he
See,
blessed me.
Allah
Yeah.
will always reward
Mhm.
the good believers.
Mhm. I
You
didn't, I
especially
couldn't,
to the
the devil will make you not see yourself. I didn't
yeah,
realize that she was the one for me because what she was is what I was. I just forgot who I was.
right.
Her innocence was still in me. The innocence that
Brother Imam, after you go through some of these challenges,
yeah,
you will forget that you are a good person. I tell you.
I forget. I thought I was what everybody was calling me. I ain't even go start on what they used to say. I thought I was, I thought I was, I'm not going to go there. But y'all know what I had to deal with.
Yes, sir. I do know.
I thought I forgot my name. I forgot my name was Wallace for a minute. Yeah, it is what it is. Alhamdulillah. Allah is merciful.
Okay, we have a couple more on the phone line. We have Sister Zelly, then we will, looks like Sister Camila will be our last question. Sister Zelly and Sister Camila afterward.
Alhamdulillah. Assalamualaikum, Brother Ward II.
Salam, Auntie. Love you. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful family gathering that you had. And I hate that I missed it, but I was there. I mean, when you don't see me, know I'm there. Because your family is my family. And you are truly blessed with a beautiful family. Mm-hmm.
Alhamdulillah. But what you said, brother, is just what I felt in the spirit of that family gathering we had, and my children put it together, not myself. But the beauty of it is what you said about you and your children attended this program, and it's until 12 midnight, and I made me go to Baha and Omar and the Salam and all these wonderful things that we experienced in Chicago.
We gotta get that back. We gotta get that back. We need peaceful, like what you had. But we shouldn't be renting a place. We should use our own places. And we should be doing that all over the country. Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
Yes, sir.
Right.
And even that's the things my family we talk about often. I don't know Medina. I gave her the number. She was on, so I don't know if she's still on, but her whole concept and all my children is just what we're saying, and the culture of us as a people, and the culture center we had on Stony Island, and all of that, the struggle and work we did. We cannot do anything but say goodness is on the rise, because when something goes down, it's got to come back up. And yes, brother, it was just so many things. And yes, my dear brother Alfred, I'm so happy to hear that you.
That's in. I talked to Medina on the phone. It's in her DNA. That's who she is.
Yes, sir.
And she won like me. She ain't gonna never not be a very strong part and a believer in what we established when we was on Stony Island. She still believes in that, and I know she's gonna help us get it back. Yeah, because it's in her spirit. All you need to do is talk to people, and everybody that she talks to with that good spirit she got is gonna be converted to whatever it is she think they should be converted to, because she know what we need. Yep. I know I've talked to Jamila and Kashmir and they all got the same spirit Medina got. And Shahida also. All your children got the right spirit. And so, all we have to do is just step in the right direction, and we'll have all that back, inshallah.
Yes, sir. And even when you mentioned about the dance and all that, that's when the men teach, when a man, father dance with the son, he's teaching that son how to dance, how to reverence what he is as a man. And
you just finished my sentence. That's what I left out. I said that's why they boys can work side by side with them at young ages, and they look like little men. They raise their boys to be men because they love their boys the way my father loved me. My father kept me with him. And everything he was doing, I was right there watching him. Now, he didn't dance with me. If he had danced with me, I probably would be I'd be tougher. I'd be a little bit tougher than I am today. But I know what they doing. I know what they doing. I know what they doing. They making men out of their little boys at an early age. So the boy don't feel like this is my dad and I'm the son. The boy feel we one and the same. I saw it last night. The boy is like, I am my dad. And he was happy. The kid, you could see the look on their faces. They were so happy to be dancing with their dads. It was just they were in heaven. You could see heaven on them little kids' faces. Yeah. And the daughters that were dancing with the mothers, it was heaven on their faces, all of them. And the daughters, you could tell they were more studious. They were studying the mother's dance moves and they were feeling the spirit. I could tell. But the boy,
yes, sir. That's what my daughters used to do with me, because they said that it's a celebration I had. They say my mother used to, and my son, my middle son, they tell He said, yes, my mother used to be curling all over the floor. And that's part of what we did in our home. And that's a part we did in the community. So, yes, in the culture part of us, we definitely going to have to go with that because
Yeah,
it's
we
good for your
lost
spirit.
that. Or either I ain't getting out the house enough. I don't see that. Even when you look at people's videos and stuff, you don't see that happy, civilized, gathering, But what I saw last night, it was it really impressed upon me that because I was, I said that it was 7 hours, man. I ain't never been at a 7 hour party. Never wanted to stay at a party for 7. Oh, they had food. We ate the food, and then after the food, uh, later down the line, they cut the cake, and they had different juices and like Minute Maid, and I think I saw Coca-Cola, RC. They had all these orange sodas and different things, and then they bought a sparkling uh apple cider or something that looked like champagne bottles. They were drinking out of the champagne bottles, and I was like, oh, these babies here, I know they ain't champagne, but it was sparkling apple cider. And then somewhere down the line, they passed out blow pops. I'm like, man, I'm in heaven. Like they know me. I like to eat and I love dessert. Oh, the cake. They had cake. There was no ice cream though.
Yes.
I didn't see no ice cream. Yeah. And they had waters. They were passing out waters. And no ice. The drinks were cold. And my father said ice isn't good for you. So I don't know culturally if they intentionally just had the beverages chilled and there were no ice in the cups, and they weren't passing out ice and stuff like that. So I don't know.
No,
But I
it's not good for
observed.
your health.
Yeah. Huh?
Yes,
It's
and the
not
other
it's not good for you,
gets
huh?
me a lot.
Okay.
No, and my daughter and Medina would say the same thing. Yes, it's supposed to be
My father said it.
temperature,
I
room
just didn't listen. I was hard at it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
My
But
father
the
said
other
it for
thing is,
years. Go ahead.
this other thing I wanted to mention how important it is with my daughters and Medina, especially. She's about the health. When I heard Brother Imam Alfred speaking about schizophrenia, I didn't get the whole definition of what he felt about it, because we have so many people in society now who are categorized as schizophrenia. And a part of it, they say, is a lack of certain vitamins and even vitamin D. But along with it, I think we really need to work on our health more, because that'll help us with our intentional.
Yes, sister, I'm glad you asked that question, and I had wanted to address. Yes, sister, I had wanted to address that at the Muslim Health Consortium. Some of the issues around. Did you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Yes. Well, I want to mention that many mental illnesses are definitely caused by vitamin deficiency. And what we need is holistic psychiatrists. But also, I believe before I was trained to believe, I just followed the intuition. I had a family member who had a mental illness, and I asked Imam Muhammad about it. He said, you know what? It's when people lose faith in themselves, then all those ancestral voices come. So a good therapist, which at my late age, I'm trained to be a psychoanalyst. I guess how you do all these things, but y'all keep praying for me. I'm working with a patient right now that's a schizophrenic. And so most people say, don't talk to him. I just listen to him. 45 minutes, I say, I'm going to see you next week. Yeah. And they mumble and stumble about something, but just that human touch will bring them back into reality. And I learned that from the greatest psychiatrist, not Freud, Imam Wartha Muhammad.
That's
we don't
true.
know how important Imam Muhammad is.
That's true.
I
watch him do it all the time. Most of the help he gave people, he didn't open his mouth.
Along with that,
he was listening.
Is this that we definitely need socialization. We need to be with other human beings. You can't be by yourself, because that makes people go into another mind. You definitely need to be others, and that's
and that's what the world is doing to us as a whole people. They isolate us and ostracize us, so that you feel, although you're in a environment with millions of people in the public, most of us that suffer from mental illness are in these big crowded cities, but you feel alone and isolated because you're viewed as a non-essential, or you're not important. and no love. Bottom line, no real love, fake love, insincere love. What if anybody give you something, it's not healthy. It's unhealthy, and
We
your
definitely
spirit, your soul knows it. So emotions often govern our behavior. The way we feel spiritually, and the nervous system. My father mentioned the nervous system. He said that some people, he said you should just go outside and scream to get those bad nerves off you. And he said the people that scream, so it's two sides to that coin. He said, and the people that's always yelling and screaming, you'll find that they have diminished intelligence, that it corrupts your intelligence, going off too much. So if you always going off, it destroys. So the nervous system has a lot to do with mental health.
And they have driven us
Yeah.
completely off. I mean, that's
Mhm.
the noise in our communities, the fact that we can't listen to each other. I was telling somebody this other day, I said, sometimes we just need to listen to each other, not talk. Oh, brother, this is what you need to do. No, what you need to do is just shut up and listen.
That's right. That's right.
Excuse me.
Because most people, their problem is they either forcing somebody to listen to them, thinking you need to listen to me because you think you know something and you don't know nothing, or they just need to be. Everybody need to be listened to. But I experienced that, and you know what it made me do? I said, okay, I'm listening, and I started listening to everybody all the time, and often, if I ask something and I get a whole bunch of spiel that I think is not beneficial, I won't say, hey, I already knew that or nothing. I look at them and listen, and we have to show appreciation. Even if they told you something, don't say, oh, I already knew that. You think I don't know that? That's you the crazy one, not them.
That's right.
So
That's right.
right. So yeah, that's what we need to do. Not just listen, but acknowledge. And if they ask you, and if their nervous system will allow them to take some information from you, because I think, Alfred, I think you the one that told me that, is that it was something that it was somebody, it was probably on one of these programs, that you don't respond, because every time you respond, they see that as a challenge.
Yeah,
So
threat to their ego. And
yeah,
Imam was a
you
good
threaten it.
listener.
You threaten it to their ego. So a lot of times you gotta end it on that note, whatever they want to
Yeah.
end it on.
Said,
Be
thank
like,
you, brother.
yes,
Let's talk again.
okay, yeah. They
That's
did
what I say to them.
they turn on you and God.
Yeah.
I'll add time.
Mhm.
Well,
Thank
I
you,
We
thank you,
have
sister.
brother.
Thank you all.
yes, sir. Thank you,
Thank
ma'am.
you for the
Okay.
conversation. Thank you for the conversation, brothers. We communicated with one another. That's a blessing.
Awesome,
Thank you so
awesome.
much.
Alhamdulillah.
Hamdi.
Yep.
We have one more question, which would be Sister Camila, then Brother Imam. I will turn it back over to you, inshallah. Sister Camila. Sister Camila Furqan.
Yes. Assalamu alaikum. I want to give the greetings to you, Imam Warith Uddin Muhammad II, and to all the believers on the call. And I'll be brief. And just to Imam Alfred, I admire when you come on and you share with us what Allah puts in your soul and spirit to share with us. And I want you to know that you are in my du'as. I make du'a for you as
Thank
well.
you.
As
You
well
know,
as
you know what who I call you. My Mahalia Jackson, my Muslim Mahalia Jackson.
Alhamdulillah.
Mahalia Jackson also was a favorite of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. So I love that woman that has sacred music. You could hear from her spirit.
Yeah.
And we need to sing some of that music, not this music that a lot of us, when we get up and sing Muslim music, it's really not Muslim music. It's something to depress you or send you to the funny farm.
I humbly accept that you see me as a Muslim Mahalia Jackson. I thank Allah for that. And I want to say to you, when you mentioned about your mother, my question is this: you said you didn't have the best relationship with your mother, and you said maybe she saw something of your father in you, and maybe that love hatred dichotomy was.
No, she didn't have a love hatred. My sister and I both, because we were very much like my father, she hated us. She tried to kill both of us. And actually, we were two of the most productive family members, and going out because, my father was what you call a race man. In fact, he had heard the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. So when I decided to become a Muslim, he said, boy, I don't see nothing wrong with that. But my mother again, I don't hold her responsible, but she was a woman that was a product of slavery. And her mother had given her away to my grandfather. God knows what happened. You know, our people were made crazy.
Yes.
I don't mean no harm, but I said that one of my children was asking me. I said, I can't remember the pain of my mother made me. I can't even remember how she looked. And my sister there, but this is slavery. That's why the Imam started off early on. So we need to study the effects of slavery.
That lets you know that the human soul is not meant to be abused and mistreated. That's why you can't remember what they look like, because they showed you too many ugly looks.
Yeah.
If they just had smiled and gave you a hug or a kiss and told you look nice or handsome or something, you remember them just once
But
in
you
a
know,
while.
Allah compensated me because He gave me a very loving sister.
Yeah.
Who she was a substitute for my mother. My mother, I just think, like I say, here's a woman born to the daughter of a slave. What could she know about humanity? So I forgive her. It's difficult sometimes, but I understand she was just mentally ill and to some extent evil.
Yeah, because that's the conviction. Some people have conviction for what they believe, so much so that they have to be convinced that they're wrong, and even when they see they're wrong, they don't acknowledge it. So she thought she was doing what was right. You ain't
Because
supposed
you know
to.
what happened
You
is
ain't a man. You ain't supposed to act like a man. That's for white men.
that's exactly what she said. She was saying, "You trying to act white." Now, I'm 5 or 6 years old. I started reading early, and she was determined to destroy me. But see where Allah brought me? He brought me before the greatest leader in the world, Imam Wardeen Muhammad, and your son, and his son is continuing his great work of healing us from the effects of Lynchburg, Appomattox, and all these other horrible places.
I want to just listen and learn. I could just sit here and just until I fall asleep and wake up and then listen some more. Thank you for all you share with us.
Tune in Tuesday night. I'm going to present my thesis at the University of Chicago, and I will discuss some of this in the material because we need to know our own history. We really do.
I feel for our sisters because I know there's that dichotomy there, that love-hate thing, and sometimes it manifests itself in our sons as how we interact with our sons. So
hi.
I thank you so much for listening, answering my question and giving me more insight.
I want to hear you sing some of that Mahalia Jackson music one day for me. That'll be a blessing. I love Mahalia Jackson. And I love that good halal gospel. Just take Jesus out and put God in.
I'd be happy to do that. So inshallah, baby, I'll start working on that because I do have some of her favorites that I really like. When my mother was making her transition, we used to play them for her because she loved Mahalia Jackson's music. And
well, your mother was a great woman because if she loved Mahalia Jackson, I don't like people like Shirley Caesar. Let me not get off into a gospel music thing. I love good music that speak to our spirit. And remember, Sister Clara Muhammad used to sing the song and she would take Jesus out. So we can do that.
Yeah.
And we'll be good.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Sister Camilla, when you sing,
and give your husband the greeting for me, please.
I will. Thank you.
Sister Camilla, when you sing Mahalia Jackson, I'm going to choreograph a dance to it because I keep that music on all the time. And it's in my soul and I can't hold still.
Yes, indeed. And we need to see you do a dance. Y'all know this is one of the greatest dances ever came out of Harlem. Harlem.
I paid him well. I paid Brother Alfred well. You can pick your money up later tonight, brother.
No, it's the truth. Okay. It's the truth.
Alhamdulillah.
And that's what we got to learn to do is compliment each other. And I mean, not lie to each other. Somebody can't sing. If somebody said you're a great singer, like I'm a singer, most preachers can sing. I say I'm one of them that can't. Thank you again. Thank you. I love you all. And so good to be with y'all. You all have given my spirit back today. I was feeling a little bit under the weather. Now I feel like I could go 10 rounds. And tell those people that asked about my age, I'm 78 years old and still going strong. And I believe Allah will give you another 20 years.
Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar.
Thank
And
you.
we love you, Brother Imam.
I love you all.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you,
Imam.
Thomas Ramirez. I still see you. Thank you.
Thank you, Imam Alfred.
May I say something? May I speak?
Go ahead, brother. Is it brother Tomas? Hey, go ahead. This is one of the brothers who presented as part of the performance with Sister Isla today regarding the prison skit. Go ahead, brother Tomas.
Well, first of all, brothers and sisters, thank you for the privilege and the opportunity to sit here and listen to all the information that was shared with me this moment. I value Allah, and we all have different assignments, and we all have different callings. It's not by coincidence that we're all sitting here at this moment, but that we may understand one assignment, that Allah is love, and that is our assignment, to love everyone, embrace each one, doesn't matter their upbringing, their race, their religion, their beliefs, but that we may be as Allah is love. And I love you, and peace and blessing. Shalom.
Wow,
Thank
like my
you.
salam. Brother
Thank
Tomas,
you.
I don't think it's by accident. I think you the first uh uh Hispanic descent. You mind if I ask you, since we family, we here, are you Mexican full blood or where you from?
Yes, I'm Mexican. That means I can
Okay.
do all things through Allah who lives
Yeah.
in.
Allahu Akbar.
Yeah. Allahu
Allah,
Akbar.
brother, my second home gonna be Mexico. I love Mexico. The day I landed in
Yeah.
Mexico was
I
the
could
day
tell
I
you
felt
some
like a new
things my
person.
father said about, I believe in it too. I'm gonna tell you some things about how the Mexican family, the Mexican people of Mexican descent have kept their humanity through their culture. You all were stripped of your language and your culture the same way that we were, but you held on to your humanity and you
Allahu
kept
Akbar.
your traditions and your culture going. And that's why Allah blessed you to keep your humanity, because of your spirit towards one another, how you love one another. As brothers, you still treat each other, brother. And I think America is going to heal through you. That's why there's so much attention. See, God will use bad situations to bring light on a situation that He's going to use for the benefit of all people. I'm not asking you to change your perspective, but I do believe that Mexicans are going to, with your culture and your work ethic, man, come on, man. My father said, I didn't want to say this. My father said he wouldn't hire a black or a white. He said if he didn't hire no more black people or white people, he didn't even hire Muslims from our community. He had Mexicans working for him. You know, they were working in the plant, not no little, not just doing the labor jobs, which is where the real money is, because that's independent contractors and business. That's where the money is. So, but yeah, God bless us through the culture, because we lost a lot of our good culture, and I'm praying for the Mexicans to bring that culture back. And I can't judge anybody, because it's mostly Mexicans that I see in my
Yeah.
community and in my neighborhood. So there are other Latinos that probably, I'm sure, do the same thing, the Asians, but they not close to us. We're like brothers. A lot of Mexicans were raised in African American communities. And
That's right.
so
That's
so
right.
when I speak to Mexicans, I had a conversation. Man showed me pictures of his father. His father turned 90, and I actually went to a restaurant yesterday after I got my haircut. Now, he didn't know I was going to Indiana to get a haircut. It's just a relationship I have with my barber. But he told me to go to Hacienda, El Hacienda, and I went and I got food. It was delicious. But I met him because I needed some help. I saw him driving down the street, and I was like, "Hey, I don't want to say it, and then people gonna think I'm passing out money." But I said, if I have to, I'm gonna get him to stop to help me, because I knew he could tell me the best way to deal with plants. Because they landscapers, they know all about how to plant. So I had to dig up some the old bushes and replace with the new bushes. And this man, that led me out there, and he wound up, I just could feel his spirit and his love. And believe it or not, his English was very, very minimal. But when I said, I ask black people all the time, do you know Elijah Muhammad? They don't know who he is. I asked him, And he was like, yeah, I heard of Elijah Muhammad, you know. And so that made me feel good too, because he didn't act different. He treated me with the same regard, same respect. And when he saw my young children, he actually, that's when he started telling me about the restaurant. He said, you should go. And then I said, you know what? He said it's on 150th Street on and I forget the name of the street in Hammond. And yeah, so alhamdulillah. And another coincidence, I have a bank where I frequent. Uh guy, I thought I didn't know. I could tell he might have been Mexican, but he gave me the greetings. The teller at the bank. He had been seeing me for months. He might have been seeing me for almost a year, but he said, Assalamu alaikum. I was like, oh, what? I said, you're a Muslim? I'm like, man, oh, praise to
You know,
Allah.
brother Imam,
Yeah.
our
Mhm.
spirits are
Mhm.
coinciding today because when I
Mhm.
went to Mexico for cancer treatment,
Mhm.
the federales are like the police down there, and the doorman at the hotel told him, said, no, he's Muhammad, and the
Mhm.
federales, which are pretty vicious guys. But
Mhm.
he was very respectful to me, and he said, "Do you know
Mhm.
Muhammad Ali?" I said, "Yes, my name
Mhm.
is Muhammad." He said,
Mhm.
"Oh, good." And his
Alhamdulillah.
whole expression changed. Hey, I ain't gonna tell you, I made my and a Mexican doctor asked me, "Are you married?" I said, "No." She said, "Have you ever think about marrying a Mexican woman?" I said, "Well,
They not
I said,
most Mexicans are not racist.
I know
If
they're
you
not. I know.
some of them had bad experience with us, but who hasn't? Who hasn't had a run in with the wrong black person? But they not racist. They feel our struggle and our suffering. Yeah,
Yes,
because
that's right.
theirs is similar, very similar. Yeah, if not the same.
Thank
Okay,
you
yeah, I
again, brother.
appreciate you
I
allowing
know,
me
Thank,
to share that with you. You know.
I know
Appreciate
we.
y'all.
Yeah.
I'm
Mhm.
like, I
yes,
know
sir.
we supposed to
Thank.
have the last person was supposed to speak, but I got to say this.
Mhm.
In the Holy Quran, Allah said, He made many tribes
Mhm.
for us to learn from each other,
Mhm.
not to hate each other.
That's right.
So, my brother, como está usted? I
Good.
learned a lot from my Mexican, my Puerto Rican brothers, my Cuban brothers and sisters in the restaurant business. I love everybody.
He speaks some Spanish, sister. Entiendo
We
español
family.
mucho, hablo español más o menos.
Piquito español. But Allah Akbar, Allah said in the Holy
Thank you.
Quran,
Thank you so much. Thank you.
He said that He made many tribes so we could learn from each other and so we could love each other. And I love you, my brother.
Oh yeah,
Assalamu alaikum.
My father, he said it almost to shame us some years ago. I don't know, a lot of people don't remember, but I remember. He said that Spanish should be our second language, that we should be ashamed that our nearest neighbor, we don't speak the language.
That's
And
exactly what he
it's
said.
been on
Yes.
my mind, but I'm too, the slavery did a job on me. I don't like to be taught. But I'm one of these days, if I can ever bring myself to the state of peace that I need to be at, I feel an obligation to learn to speak Spanish fluently. Because that he didn't say just learn it so you can order some tacos. He said you should learn to speak so you can communicate with your neighbors.
The
Yeah.
man spoke Spanish, didn't he?
I don't know. I know some of my cousins did. Man,
I know they
I
did,
don't,
but
I'm not gonna lie and say what my father knew because every time I asked him something, he'd answer and I'd be like, I had no idea he knew what he knew. So yeah, I'm sure he could communicate if
Allahu
he
yes,
Akbar.
I
needed
think
to.
I remember
Yeah.
him saying at the early years of
Khalila Muhammad Ali's wife, his
yes.
mother, his children. Yeah, she spoke Spanish. I remember that because when we would go places, she would speak Spanish. Yeah.
Well,
Right.
the
Okay.
Alhamdulillah
Yes,
Muhammad
sir.
had a house down in Mexico.
He did. He had a beautiful palace in
Yes.
Mexico.
Yeah.
It was
Yes.
super beautiful. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Thank you
Okay.
Yes. So
again,
Thomas,
Imam
Mhm.
Alfred, for your
Okay.
I just
presentation.
want you to say that I just want to say this. When you came to the meeting last Sunday here in my building, and I met you for the first time in for ex-cons matter and ex-cons living in the world today. And you came in the door and you took my hand and shook it, and I felt the warmest feeling from you, my brother. And you said, "Assalamu alaikum, Sister Isla." Isla, you called my name. You said, "This is Isla," and
Allah
I
like
said, "Yes." And I've had much respect for you ever since, and I'm so glad you were with us today.
Allahu Akbar.
Allah
To
Akbar. Yes, sir.
honor Dr. Mikhail Ramadan, because he's very serious
I'm
about
good,
what he
yes.
does. Alhamdulillah.
Thank you.
Alhamdulillah.
Thank you.
Again,
Thank you.
thank you, Brother Tomas, Sister Isla, and thank you all for joining us for this May First Sunday community program. We ask that you all, inshallah, join us for our next First Sunday community program, which will be June 7th. June 7th, inshallah. With that being said, I'm going to turn it to Imam Deputy Muhammad II to
Okay.
conclude or close us out for
Yes,
this First
sir.
Sunday.
I appreciate that. And you said, so next month for Sunday, what's the date again?
June
Repeat that.
7th.
Okay, June 7th. All praise to Allah. All right. So we appreciate your attendance of this month's First Sunday community program. And like Adil said, I'd like to echo what he just said, that we hope to see you at our next First Sunday. And we hope that everyone that is blessed and enjoying God's blessings and his mercy and benefiting most from his guidance and inshallah, and that this is the beginning of the work week, and that inshallah that we have a good blessed, we get some rest this evening, and we have and start a blessed week and continuance of our lives, and inshallah. And don't forget to participate if you can in the planning of this year's convention. We want to make it a good one. And our next program that we're going to have, I'm not sure if there's any planning, but the Patriotism Day in the park, we may or may not, due to whatever reasons that we may have our Patriotism Day, we may have it on the Mosque's property, which sometimes is a better convenience for security purposes and management of the program. But please keep tuned, open our communications through constant contact, be it emails, and we look forward to being back together at the next program, inshallah. Thank you. I'm going to close with the greetings of peace. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Peace.
Peace. Wa alaikum assalam.